Hello. Hi. Hi, Carol. Hello. How are you doing? How is it going? Hi. Hello. How are you? How is it going? Let me put on some music. Cooking cookies? Hi, Carol. Hello, hello. Hi. How is it going, people? Hi, Vachi. Music is way too loud. Hi, Sandro. People, I'm sorry if I'm late. I'm very sorry. Today's been a difficult morning, a very difficult morning. Like I couldn't like wake up and do shit this morning. I'm so sorry. Wait, let me. Hi, Rico. Okay, this is better. Hello, Protino della Nonna. That's actually what I would need, but I'm actually gonna go for coffee. You woke up late, Hi Rising. Hello. I have a question, Chad. Is it holiday only in Italy, or is it holiday also at your where you are at right now? Is it holiday for anyone else? Who has holiday right now? In Spain too? In Spain too? It is not holiday in there, Carol? Not there either, Rising? What holiday? Immacolata? It's like Saint Mary something? Hi, JJ. Hello. Good morning. Good morning, people. I mean, good afternoon, I would say. Today I saw also a very interesting TikTok that says that women need to sleep a significant amount of hours more than men. I'm just really religious country, probably. Also, bridge tomorrow. Germany is living a normal working life. Fair, fair. That's why you're ahead of us. But how is today? Wait, let me this. Starting. Okay, we got this. It should be like the fact of Mary becoming pregnant. Oh, is it? Are you ahead? A little bit should be, aren't you? 4 hours at night? Wait, what? For real? Like it said, like men, like can have own like even just 8 hours or 7 hours, and then women need at least between 8 and 10 hours. Like I haven't had a 10 hour sleep since. When was the last time, Chad, that you got like a 10 hour sleep? Good morning, Jake. Yeah, same, Carol. It's like I could have time, right, Carol? You too. We could have time if we were not like, procrastinating and I don't know. I didn't go to bed too late. Since last night? Really? Like, oh my god, I'm so happy you did. I'm so happy you did. For today, I was no Damco, not today. I'm sorry. Today I'm not feeling good at all. 8 hours and point 0.5. Oh my god, that's so healthy. Good job. For today I was planning, if you all agree. Wait, let me do the story saying that we are live. My phone is at the 2%. I forgot to put it in charge yesterday. You will not stay too. Let's go. 11 hours of sleep. Oh my god. The last time you went to a music festival? Oh. After my festival summer. Oh, but okay, but you were back home. I thought you were like at the festival. You slept for 10 hours. Like, how did you manage that? How did you manage that? Wait, otherwise people will say that I have another kid that is my knee. Okay. I feel sluggish and tired. I slept over 7 hours. Oh my god. How come? I need to smile more. Shut up, Riku. Shut up. I'm so close to ban you. 7 hours for 2 consecutive days. I feel reborn. Shit, I should get back into that sleeping schedule. I definitely should. Wait. Okay. What skills do we learn during these streams? We're learning video games in this stream. So what I was planning for today, tell me, like, I have a lot of games that I haven't been playing for a while. Or, like, that I just want to try. Hi, Firefox. Let me show you. Okay. So we have, like, going from the top. We have, inside we did it. Can I? Oh, no, I uninstalled it already. I wanted to try, where is it? Somerville. I wanted to try Somerville again. Wait, why am I there? Oh, because we had, we showed off the mods yesterday, right? Wait. Okay. There we go. No tree today. No, not tree. What? No, wait. I could start the trees. We could start the trees. If you want. We can do it all together. I can have it showing. Okay, no Phasmophobia. I was thinking about playing, I wanted to play Somerville because we started and it was so laggy, but I feel like it could be something good. You know, Somerville, if it works now, it would be so good. Then we have no names on the balls. We don't have the tree. The tree did not arrive yet. The tree did not arrive. But we can play a little bit of update. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, update. A small update. You better be. Oh, there's Garo right there. That's Garo. Sorry. We didn't play. We didn't play. I didn't play. We Were Here. We could also play We Were Here. Hi, I'm Kara. Hi. We Were Here. There is also Unpack. Where is it? I didn't have. Oh wait, I have my. Where's the wish list here? There is also Unpacking, which I think would be really, really nice. Which could be very, very nice. We have so many that we have to play, chat. We have so many. But I think that Somerville is the one that we haven't played yet. No, not today, Judge. Not today. There is also like The Sims. And there is also Valorant. We have so many games that we can be playing today. It could be a full-on day of gaming. Do you want to do Somerville? It's the new one that came out. If it updates. Visage is uninstalled. I also have Life is Strange. Yeah, it's gonna be chill. It's gonna be chill. What? June 25th? Last played 2021? It was a long time ago the last time that we played. You cannot watch it properly today, so not today. No, we're gonna do that on a holiday. I'm ready. We're not playing Visage. We're not playing Visage. I played already like 1 hour in it. No, not playing it again. Not playing it again. No. I wanted to go for Somerville because I feel like it could be like something chill, but also like horror night. We already have for 1100 the Lord of the Rings marathon. If we don't get to that one by Christmas, we can change it into a horror night if you want to. Chill but terrifying Somerville? No. No, right? Good morning, Mr. Mess. It's not, right? What is it? What did he say? Fabio, thank you for the $3. What did it say? What did it say? I could not read it. Let me go check it. Fabio, thank you so much for the $3 to the mods. Thank you so much for that. Oh, I have to log in. Fish. It didn't say fish. That's not what he was saying. That's not what he was saying. I do use Engine wallpaper. Wallpaper engine. That one. I won't let you mother. Hi Christian. And oh no, I have to log in and all of that. I'm not gonna do that. Mods, can you tell me what they say? Did I eat properly today? I had breakfast. I didn't have lunch yet. Don't look at those titles. Don't look at them. Don't look at them. Let's play Somerville because I just realized that at the same time I didn't turn on the stream with the settings for gaming. Because I'm stupid, child. I'm sorry. Today you're gonna have to deal with this. Today you're dealing with this, alright? No brain G. So like, let's see. If it crashes, I'm gonna start it again and with the right settings, okay? I'm sorry. Let me plug in the controller. I wanna use mother. Hi, Hank. I'll tell you how to have it in a way that you can start. No. I have it only admin. I have it, and thank you for that. I have it only admin. It is opening only as admin. I'm not that stupid. I didn't like put in like 720. You know, like 720 the stream. Well, public holidays today. Today is when we're celebrating the Mary getting impregnated. Even if it's a high quality, I'm scared of it. Last time that I played Valorant with high quality, everything crashed. We'll see. Hi, Joey, by the way. Hello. The game is opening. Getting what? That's what it is. No, we're not playing Valorant. What? If you play now, you may have previous games. Okay, play anyway. We might have to start all over again, chat. We're gonna be playing Somerville first. Then we will see. We're changing the video card tomorrow. So let's purge for the setup. We're gonna be music, no more. Okay. Game, you gotta go on the other screen. On the other screen, game. Ah, okay, no. Okay, you wanna stay there. Okay. No. Don't continue. Stop it. Give me a second. I need to fix. Chat, I cannot see you. Wait. Okay. Options. Wait. Okay. Did I fix it? Okay. Is it? Chat, we might have it. I have the helper for tomorrow. Thank you for that. I want this one to be Somerville. There we go. Is it working? Let's see. It doesn't look laggy. It doesn't look laggy. Let's see. Oh!
Grew to live in fear with no stuttering or stumbling. I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate him with the sound of falling sand.
Ritos, thank you so much. Thank you for 3 months. I appreciate you. Appreciate you very much. Thank you for being here. Wait, I can actually like this chat. For once in my life, I can actually have the screen as a real streamer right now. Like, you're very close finally. I don't have to destroy my eyes to look at you. Nice. Nice. Beautiful. Wait, let me check if I have calls to do today just to be sure. Because I'm taking the day off, but I don't know if I have calls or shit like that. I have nothing. Go. Okay. And now I can put you here. Like this. Let's go. This is so weird. It's so weird to have you. So weird to have you there. So, do you remember what we got? We were here with our doggo. Our house got destroyed by something that looks like aliens. And we have now like a power of like with these things. You see, we can do something with these things. Like we could destroy them with timer. You're right. Let me do the timer. Game is very loud. Okay, fixed it. Timer. Okay. And we can also maybe have the forest thing. Where is it? Text. My voice is low. My voice should be better. Where is the browse source? Browse. Force code auto. Oh, that's a big code. Okay, you will have force code here and break bar here. Is that okay? Let me also do something since we are here. Let's do this so we have it easier. I'm gonna make something new on the Stream Deck where it says like where I click it and it goes to break and focus without it goes to scenes here. No, okay. I'm gonna call this folder Kero. This is the folder for Kero. Remember to join Discord too. Me? I should join Discord? Why should I join Discord? Create a multi-action. This is focus. Focus will make chat in Twitch. How much is 45 per 60? Sits in folder. How is 45 per 60? $2,000. Set 2,700. Okay, thank you. And then we're also gonna add another chat message for the UF start the forest. So it does that and that. That's it, right? But for the break, create multi-action, break, we need another chat message. Oh, another chat message that is set to 7 per 60. 420, thank you. You already knew my question. And what do I usually do when I go on break? Wait, let me go check. Yeah, math is difficult, chat. Math is really difficult. Break. No, not this one. Break. This one. You have room. You have time. Oh, I have to do all of these, I think. Can I just copy all of these? Joy! Joy, thank you so much for the 7 months. I appreciate you. I really do. How are you doing? What are you working on today? I cannot copy paste still. Oh, maybe I can. Hi. I will not be studying today. I'm sorry. If you came here thinking I will be studying, I'm really sorry. Delete this one. Not this one. We don't need this one. Oh my god, really? What? We're learning math! This one, this one, this one. We should have everything now. Let's try. Okay. We still have 3 minutes of break. Wait, let me put it in the title. We need to put, oh no. We need this. Let me add Pomosi. Pomosi is not gonna be with the def. Pomosi is gonna be with the Pomo counter. With the name if it's a break or if it's a focus time. Alright. There we go. Like for now, it's... Sorry, if it sounds like something stupid, it's just because I truly think... There we go. I really want to make it like you don't procrastinate, even though I'm feeling a bit lazy today, you know? It's a way for me to not feel shit because I'm tired. Thank you for understanding. So now I'll change it also in the Stream Deck that will do it automatically so mods don't go crazy. Adding a chat message. This one. Pomochi break. We do also pomodoros for these, yes. Can I please, and if you see the break going off, can you please do a meow or something? Pomochi focus. Yeah. Here. Okay. Let's try it. Let me try it out. Let's see. This is when we go to focus. All right. And it's planting. Oh shit, I started the pomo. No. New pomo. And this is the new room. Break. Oh, nice. This is okay, right? It works. Oh, I said break. Oh, because I did the break way too early. Wait. I can refresh. There we go. Nice. Okay, now you have 7 minutes of break. After these 7 minutes, you're gonna go back to work, okay, Carol? Take this time to get yourself your water, whatever you have to, alright? Am I too big for the screen, maybe? Also, a little bit. I'm too much. And chat goes over there. Pomo timer. Some people plus forest tree. Okay, there we go. No study today. Okay, continuing. Finally. Okay. I still have a doggo, which is the coolest thing about this game. We're not alone. Are the volumes all alright? Hi Matt, hello. Where is the rest of our family? Simo! Right now you're constant. You're constant. Thank you so much. Hi! Simo, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Hi, hello, Brookhattoers. Welcome in. Today we're doing tomatoes of games. Today we're doing games while doing tomatoes. So if you want to study, you have the timer down there and you have the forest code down there. We're on a break now. Later we're gonna back into focus. I mean, you will go back into focus, but yeah. What were you doing? What were you doing, chat? What were you up to? Wait, what is the dog there? Is there something that we need to check? Oh no, you just... Never mind, nothing. You playing Somerville as well? Did you finish it already? Did you also play the other one? Oh, yeah, let me put the category, you are right. Somerville? What? It doesn't exist? Is it with one M? Yeah, it is with one M. Okay, category was right. Okay. Hi, hello army. Oh. If I change stuff, you change it back. Okay. That's why. Let me also then add the... Me are co-working. Still, since we're still doing it. Oh, the OZ? Oh. OZ. Done. Sorry, JJ. You know, like, I should be more careful. It should, like, update by itself, but it never does. What's up, doggo? Hi. Can this guy run? Oh, I guess he can. Oh, he can now. What is that? Run, my man. Where? Are we dead? Oh. No, don't take me. Where was I supposed to run? Oh, I was supposed to still... Oh, I fucked up. What? Where was I supposed to run? Okay, let's... Go. Where are we supposed to run? No, not in the water! I fucked up. Where are we going? Dog, give me the way! Oh, that way? And there. Hi, Lorenzo, good morning. I don't need to jump. Let's go. I feel like we should go right now. Jump. Why couldn't you jump before and now you can? You son of a... Yeah, we are gaming on Thursday, Maxwell. What is... Wait. Why don't we have our... Where are the bowls? Bowls, where are you? Touch this? Why couldn't you... How was it? I don't remember shit of this. Oh, I have to touch the light, right? How was... okay, now I remember. I didn't remember the things that I have to press. Wait, did I fuck up? Is that why we're starting over again? Because that will... Run! What am I supposed to do? Can we just pass through it? Oh, I cannot destroy like that. There's no lag? Nice. Okay, so we have to be faster. Woo! Never mind. How do we... You're counting the dead? Thank you. Is there like another way that we can go? Like up here maybe? Thank you, Vanky. You're always so nice. How the heck do we... Oh, yeah. Focus! Ding dong in chat, ding dong in chat, ding dong in chat. For everyone who has to go back to work, it's time to go. Ding dong in chat, ding dong in chat. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. I'll talk to you later. Okay, mute the stream. I'll talk to you later. Okay, now that they are gone. How do I want to be smart. I don't want to be dead again. But if I turn on this light, that thing will fall onto me. How do I don't have that thing fall into me? There's people that are still working or studying. Doggo, why you're not with me, by the way? Usually you are with me. What happened? Why are you staying there? Is there another way or something? No, it has to be that way. Bottom left. Oh, did I write bottom right? Yeah, bottom left. You're right. I'll change it. Maybe look more around. This game is very good. You already played it? Maybe there's something more here. But dog is pointing there. So it's like, it feels like I have to go there. But we didn't try. I already checked, there is nothing over there. Where are the balls? If I had the balls, it would be easier, right? Where did they go? Were they taken away by the light? No, right? We more bowls? Yes, we do. Always do. Hmm. You missed the magic balls. Later we can play Valorant. But how do I... How do we do this without getting killed? No, 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 no. How do we do this, chat? I am focusing on the game. How do we do this? Like, we already have the blue thing on the ground, but I don't remember it being useful for anything, right? What if we jump on the side? Does that make any sense? No. I cannot turn the light. How do I grab stuff? Was I able to grab things? No, right? Oh! I forgot that I can move things. I forgot, thank you. That was such an easy... Sorry, people, I just need to get back into this game. Like, I didn't remember that I could move things. You're right, you're very much right. We just go on the ground. Where's Doggo, by the way? Where is our dog? Can I jump this tree? Jump it? No, 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 not move it. You wanna move it? You cannot move it, my man. You have to jump. Oh, you wanna jump it from here? Why am I feeling so dumb lately? That I cannot do this basic. I cannot jump. Can I maybe move these things? Jumps again? Oh no. No, it's not about jumps. This game should not be about jumps. No, I'm not. It's not about jumps. You see, it doesn't really jump either, so it's not about that. I feel like I still haven't like awakened my brain today. That's why I cannot do shit. Bro, why we cannot? Why can't you go underwater or something? Am I being crazy? Why I cannot do the jump? Why am I not? I feel like I'm missing a neuron today. Chat, what am I missing? Why I cannot? Why today I cannot do it? I know I have to cross it. How do I cross it though? I cannot break this. I cannot walk. I cannot jump. What do you mean just today? What's going on? Please let's not talk about it. Please not. Let's not talk about that. Video notification chat. Video. Oh shit, I still haven't checked the video editor videos. Did you do your video? Okay. Oh, dog is finally back. Welcome back, doggo. Was there another path that I just missed? Gigino! You saw that, right? Gigino, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate you. The balls! The balls are back! And that body? Is that a dead body? Oh, it's just a tree. Just a tree. Oh! Oh. Hi, little ball. You wanna be my friend? No, be my friend. Gigino, thank you so much for the 5 months. I appreciate you very much, really. Ball, are you being my friend? Where did it go? So weird. While talking about dead bodies, yes, that's what we do. Okay, now there's just one bow up here. Let's go back where we came from. We still don't know where our family went, right? What was the purpose of doing that with the balls? There's two ways. Move this. Open it. Open it. Oh, how did the dog pass through? You cannot. Go. Wanna go through water? No? I guess you will have to. What's up, doggo? What did you see? Oh! Oh, we're getting the boat. What? Holy fucking shit. Let's get in the water. Let's get it back there. I think we have to run. I think we have... Bro, go! You idiot. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. No, you're not. What do you mean you're not dead? Where are you hiding? Where are you? Where? Where are you? I can hear you, but where are you? Where are you? Where? Am I blind also? Where is... Oh my god, I cannot deal with him crying. Okay, you keep crying over there. I'm gonna go check the balls. I think that something happened with the balls. You know? Let me just do a double check right here. I have to save the dog for sure, but I don't know where is he. Is the ball... Oh, ball is gone. Bro, ball. They're not here anymore. So what was the purpose of that? Where are you, doggy? Where are you hiding? Chat, can you see him? I really don't. Doggo! In the water? No, it should not be in the water. Not even... This is the most depressing sound ever. Hi, Bram. Bro, tell me where you are. It's gonna be easier. Dog. I think that he's looking at him. Like when I go here, no, it's not looking at him anymore. He is. Oh, he's looking at the light, I think, maybe. Do you think he's looking at the light or at the dog? I'm so confused by this game. I've tried every single path. Should we just keep going and just die in the light? And leave the dog behind? Maybe not. Wait. So this light moves. Okay, no. That was a bad idea. Bad idea. So the light moves. I have to follow the light. When it goes away, I just don't care of the dog. Let's just not care of the dog. Dog will keep crying. I guess that was not in the game. Oh, you're dumb. Hi, Ralph. Hello. The boat is broken. As soon as I do this, the light will break. Dog, let's go. Go up. Wait, I saw. No, hey, oh, no. Before it was all the time in the water. I've been for 3 hours in the water before. You didn't do anything to me. Why are you doing like this now? Yeah. Let's also see where the dog is going. Come on, get out of the water. You see, it goes that way. It goes that way. Oh, maybe I can go that way only after the light is gone. Affen! Affen, thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate you being back here. Hi. How are you doing? How is it going? Okay, so this is how the closest the light can get. No, where is the closest? That is the closest there. That is the closest. Okay, let's go. What if we stay behind the boat when the light arrives? Do you think that it can work? Okay. Oh, no. I'll stay here. Was I maybe supposed to go all the way there? I think I should go to my dog, right? But I don't have enough time. I don't have enough time. So if I stay here, it's okay. Should I just... Where am I supposed to go? I would definitely not have enough time to like... I would not have time to go all the way there. Like, this is not enough time at all. I would not have enough time to go all the way to the back. Right? But I have to go left though. There is no other way but left, right? Can I wear the boat as a hat? I don't think that. Wait. Does it ever go on the heart? Right? I'm too scared of dying again. Wait, let's next time. This time I'll go. Let's go. Dog will follow. Oh, so close. So close. Can I grab the boat, you think? You think I can grab the boat? Too scared to die, too scared to leave. Okay. This is the right moment. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. You're gonna die, 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 you're gonna die. No, no, you're not, you're not, you're not, you're not, you're not. You're safe. Ah. I feel like I should not be moving the boat. We're leaving dog on the other side. Fuck the dog, I guess. Just go do whatever you were doing before. Okay. Holy fucking shit, holy fucking shit, holy. Oh. You cannot touch me in this. But what about the dog? Did we leave the dog behind? Oh, now we have these. Can you help me out with my dog? Come with me. Come, Balls. Ballies! What are you trying to tell me, Lights? I cannot go back for my dog. How are you, like, from out of a sudden, not useful at all anymore, Balls? How is that possible? Keep going? No? So the other side, maybe? Okay, we got water, I guess. Balsies, did you want water? Did you? Oh, shall we get? Should we get some of this water? Oh, they follow me only when I have this. Oh, no, come back, ballsies. Come back. Oh, maybe because like I have it in here. Okay, I'll fill up this thing. Fill it up. Okay, I guess. And then ballsies. No. Ballsies, come with me. Let's go. Ah, shit. I need to fill this up with that thing. How do I fill things up? Get. Oh, I leave it down. Oh my god, I got an idea. Look at this idea. Genius, come here. Okay. You're not gonna get, oh, you're gonna stay there, right? Okay, you go there. What if we turn this one? Ballses will come with it. Oh, I dropped it too much. Oh shit. I was close. Let's go. Continue. We almost got it. Flugels? What is Flugels? Okay, we run. Okay. We need to be fast, right? Come on, 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 come on. No! They were so close. Oh no, we are. We got it. Good job, good job, good job. Great. Destroy, destroy. Yes, yes, destroy everything. Yes, 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 yes. Super smart. Oh, no, man. No, usually we work. Today I was feeling not the best, so I decided to take a chill day. But if you want to work, you can still work by following the thing that there is down there. You can still keep me as a screensaver, and I will update you with everything that happened during the focus time. This is creepy. Okay. Who was that? Hello? Did you steal my dog? Oh my god, okay. Oh. Where the fuck are... How did you get... You son of a bitch. I've been searching for you for so long. How the fuck did you manage to still be here? What did you do? How? Oh, there's the lever. No, man. And if you need help, a little bit more, like, to be more productive, you can join us on Discord. There's people that are actually working there. Yeah, I told you. Why is this dog so smart? And why isn't the light getting him? There's also, like, a bin for his poop. I don't think that during the apocalypse we will care. Holy shit. What is happening? What did happen?
Yesterday I confused the words jacuzzi and yakuza. Now I am in hot water with the Japanese mafia.
I like the dad joke. What is this? Doggy, can I please cuddle you? You cannot. Can I just... No. Why are you so scared? We got this. We got this, doggo. We got this. You definitely got this. Oh, look at them. Look at them. I swear, this is the cutest story. The dog is gonna die. I know it already. Fuck. I know it already. Dog is gonna die and I'm gonna cry all my tears out. You're staying there? Oh, okay. Every time that it doesn't move, I'm super scared. Like, am I going the wrong way? Holy fucking shit. We wanted to take the car to get away, huh? Apparently, thank God we didn't. Wait, can I touch a car and just... No. The lights. No? These lights don't work for me? We cannot jump over it. It should be like I touch the car and the car destroys stuff, right? Why isn't it? No? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Lights cannot be random. Lights definitely cannot be randomly like on here. Open the front of the car? I cannot. Look at that. You see? I cannot grab it. There is one up there. You see that up there is like a monster or something? Let's try with this car maybe. Not even. Maybe we have to get up on top of the cars, you know? Like from that. Yeah, you see it's touching this? Why are you touching this truck? Plus, did you notice how dog did not follow us through this? There we go. Can we jump? No. Have a nice lunch. Hi, Yoti. Hello. I hate how I don't have any freedom in this game. Like, let me jump. Let me do something. Let me try to find my own solution through things. Let's see on the other side of this car. It's not working. I cannot. It must be easier, right? I knew it. Oh, fuck it. Did you see the monster moving? The monster left. I'm so gonna die. I'm so gonna die. I am so gonna die because of that monster. Why am I going towards him, though? Welcome back, Dogo. We cannot call? Okay. The graphics of this game are so cool, by the way. So the weird guy moved and didn't do nothing? Dog, I swear. What? Sup? Oh, there's another pathway this way. Oh, by the way, thank God we scared the lights before, because I think it brings us to the same place. Okay. Oh, but I like this car. She was doing some... No? No. Doesn't matter. Alright. This looks like a lot like a refugee camp. Like, apparently everyone tried to leave the city. And they tried to gather here. That it still got destroyed. How did I survive, though? Wait, what? Hello? No, bro, I'm a friend. Stop. I'm a friend. Stop it. You son of a bitch. Oh, fucking karma. You piece of trash. Fucking karma. Let me hide here. There's no one else. Don't worry, no one else. You can go. Like you can go. I feel like if I go here, they're gonna find me. No? No? Alright. Oh, but because of the sound, yes. Getting. Hi. No one's here. No worries. That's just a shadow. It's just a dog. A monkey. Look at that. Looks like a monkey. No one else is here. Leave me. Where am I going? No, I'm not. I'm going back. I'm going back. I'm going back in. Can I get out from the bed? No? Am I stuck here? I cannot go on this side. No? Only in here. How? Get me out of here. No, 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 no. Son of a bitch. Oh, she's gonna die again. Stupid bitch. Stupid. Yeah, look at that. Karma. Get wrecked. Ah, beautiful scene, a very beautiful scene. Oh, run, 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 inside here. How do we get out? How do we get out? Because there's not much that we can do here. Like, we can only go here, here. We cannot even jump the tent. We cannot skip the tent. Oh, what if we throw something? Can we throw something? Oh, no. Okay, don't get stuck there. Can we? Should we wait for the night here? What are we doing? I'm trying, but I cannot cut through the side of it. Like, I fucking hate this game. I fucking hate this game. I fucking hate it. Okay, listen, after this... After this, I'm gonna get a little snack and I'll be right back. We have still 8 minutes of focus. I'll be right back. Give me... I need food. I need food because this is disappointing. Be right back. Barrods, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate you. I'm very happy that I have to deal with you. Very happy that I will have to deal with you. I'm very happy. Give me a second, chat. I'll be right back. Yes, pure silence. Pure silence. Ah, we got food. We got food. Did you eat, chat? Did you eat? No, I can be less mad. Now I'm gonna be a little bit less mad towards the game. So we have a light here that I'm gonna use to destroy a couple of things, like here, all of that, all of there. I'm gonna also destroy it here. Oh, there's another light there. There is a guitar here that maybe we can use to like make a little bit of noise, you know, like have a little concert in the middle of apocalypse. Oh, I got, it's like rice, a different type of rice with veggies in it. Burn it all down, burn it all down, I don't give a fuck. Oh, should we hold it? Oh. Everything. All down. More here also. Destroy more. Destroy more. Oh, how do we destroy more? Are you stuck somewhere? Maybe we can throw that pole down so we can have it like closer. Let's see if we can do that. Maybe not. Maybe the barrels? No, not this one. No. Leave it down. Good boy. What? Maybe the barrels. No. No. I said. What is this? Which way do I have to push it? Which way do I have to push you? Okay. Why though? Oh, I get it. So I don't have to go all the way around. Mental soundtrack? What is that? I get it. So if I go here, I mean, you could have done it anyway, but I mean, you do you. Oh. There we go. No. You have to hold it. And now we destroy everything. Okay. Metal soundtrack, you must shoot according to the rhythm of the music. Oh my god. It's like Guitar Hero. By the way, hi Fatina, baby. Where is dog? I'm always concerned about dog, and dog is never concerned about me. Ooh. A bunch of stuff. Like a light. What is this? Oh. We have to charge the car. Okay. Can I touch the battery and just This is so fucking cool. This is so fucking cool. Can I grab the light also? No? Does it rebuild back? No, right? Oh, it might be rebuilding back. Oh, there's a way there. I really like this game. Oh! Oh! Never mind, I don't like this game. I need food. Oh, before that, I need food. We're just gonna scoop in the water. Just stay down here. Haha, you thought I was going to die, huh, chat? Not to date. Come on. Walk. Bro, how can you not walk over this? Bro. Okay. Oh, fuck, 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 fuck. Stay here. Occupied. It's free. You can go. Welcome back to the break. Kero! Ding dong in chat for Kero! Ding dong in chat for Kero! Kero, come back! Oh wait, I have to... I didn't put the thing that sets the timer. Kero, come back! Pomochi break. Bathroom. There we go. I didn't put it. Kero, come back! Welcome back, Kero. How are you doing? How was it? Were you working? Did you work hard? How did it go? We're checking on you, you know that. Okay, let me do set for 20. How did it go, Carol? A little summarize of what happened. We died a couple of times. Dog, we understood that Dog is smarter than me. We have cool superpowers with lights. A Karen died, and that was very much karma because she didn't want to help us on the car. What else happened during this 45 minutes? What else happened, chat, during these 45 minutes? You're refractoring your whole code? What the fuck? Doug is still alive, but we don't know where he is. My dude. Oh! Oh, I thought it was a pepper. It's a bull! Come on, move it. Bolly! Hi, Bolly. We're friends, you see? Come with me. Come with me. Come with me. Wait, what? Why did you start that human? Come with me, Bolly. We're friends now. Come, I don't have a dog anymore. I need you. By the way, now I'm realizing that there are these things that are, there's orangish things that tells you where you have to like push and throw. Oh, we walked on a tree that we tried to pull. True. Oh, now we don't have a dog anymore, we have a ball. Oh, Crouch, crouch. That's a bad dog. That's in between a dog and a ball. What do we have here? Oh, a storm. Hopefully. I read every time that I don't know where the dog is, it comes up back out from random places. Can we get this umbrella? But we have to go here to get the other. Here. We stay here, right? Yeah. And where do we go? Oh, back here? Is it in the shadow? Yeah. No, there's a little thing that you have to. Oh. I don't understand why isn't he running. So it was not like a place where people were trying to hide. This was like a festival. And people got caught by this situation during a festival. Holy shit. Imagine if there were people like on acid and then they see this and they don't understand. Probably Kiro. Hmm. What's that bit here? Nope, 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 nope. Okay. We also lost the ball. Where did the ball go to? We don't have a dog. We don't have a ball. We don't have shit. The place looks very cool. Can I grab one of these? No. Wait, I should be able to grab one of these. Ah. Open up, open up, open up. Vito! Vito, thank you so much. Thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you. Welcome back. Hope you fight. I'm very happy that you liked the first month and you decided to stay back. I just wanted to remind you that you're not obliged to be here. If you were ever wondering. I love you. Appreciate you for being here. How do we... Wait, maybe I was just able to walk. I was not able to just walk through it, right? By the way, thank you, Vito. Appreciate you for the prime. How do we... How... Huh. Wait, we open here for a reason, right? We open, like, everything here before was... Oh, is this a person? Hey, yo, bro, are you a person? Hello? Hey, yo, wake up, wake up. Bro. Bro, wait, hey, you. Wake up. Is it not supposed to wake up? Rip, bro, but they usually get abducted. Evicted. What's the word? That's the point. We haven't seen a dead body so far. That person is sitting on that stool. It's already time, Carol. For whoever is working, go back to work. Okay? I'll check in with you later. Be good, everyone. This is the very first body that we see. Later, Carol. This is the very first body that we see, chap. You see that one? How? There's no way that we can pass through stuff. We need like a... I feel like we missed a path. Didn't we? You can barely tell it's a person, really? Wait, you can see, like, you can see it looks like he's drunk sitting there, right? Wait, let me make it bigger for you. You cannot not see it. Look. It's a drunk person sitting right over there. Wait. Look. Oh shit, I'm in front of it so you don't see it. Wait, wait. Look. You see? You see it now? Look, also when I go here, you can see him right there. It is a person. Yeah, now you see it. It is a person. I told you, I'm not crazy. Okay. You know his feeling? No. How... What if we bring this one closer? It's not... I feel like can I throw it up? What if I bring it on the other side? I can still hold it with me, right? So what if I bring it here? Does anything happens? No, not at all. What the fuck? Hangover maybe, but they should be taken away by the monsters. Maybe up here? No. You see, we broke a little bit here, but not enough to walk on it. I feel like we skipped a path before. Let me just go check just to be sure. Alice, yes, I do play Valorant. Matter of fact, I'm a Valorant tournament winner. You know, just letting you know. Like. You see, you remember when the ball just went on a different direction? Go up. Oh, we cannot go back. Go back up. Go. Okay, we did not miss. We did not miss a path then. Then we're missing something there, or maybe here. No, it doesn't make sense here, right? Or maybe yes. No, not this way. We cannot go. What are we missing? What are we missing here, chat? What if we go up on the stools or like... Huh. Do we know? I don't think that it can get all the way up there. Or maybe a little bit. You see that we're destroying some stuff over there. Maybe it's just like this. Let's go check. Right down. It cannot be enough, right? Yeah, why about this way? Not even? You see that we destroyed a little bit there, but why can't we walk over there? Today we're learning how to play Somerville. True. Oh! Get fucked! Was it just like this? Was it just like this? Put it down. Was it just like this? I think that we cracked it. It was not broken enough before. Bro. We stayed half an hour here. For no reason. Uh, uh. Oh, and now we're gonna just burn everything. Oh, wait, what? We need to plug in the light, I think. Oh, we have to turn on the light first. Holy fucking shit. We're gonna make a mess now. With all these lights. Look at it. Oh, only here. That's it. Okay. Yeah, it was Somerville, the one that created a massive lag. By the way, tomorrow at 2 p.m, Arya and her boyfriend are gonna help me out to fix the graphic card on the computer. So I'm gonna be streaming from the Potato laptop. And on the 10th, we're gonna have Chris on stream, and it's gonna be also a charity stream because it's Thanksmas, if you didn't know. Did you know? They created this event that is called Thanksmas. That is not just Christmas, it's just for every single holiday. And we're gonna be celebrating that too. Wait, what? Is that a ball? It's dog? Balls! Are there more balls here? No. More balls here? No, right here. More balls? No, just you. It's fine. I'm gonna like you anyway. Let's go. Yeah, Mochi. Yes, it did. What is not Texmas, but thank, like thank you. Thanksmas. Hi Levi, how are you doing? Balls, where are you? Alright, don't come with me. No Tex-Mex. Because I thought there were going to be more balls. That's why. What are we recording? Oh, I think that I have to get... What? Wait. Oh no, we have to put in the cable. Let's go get the cable. Let's go get the cable. Oh, but there's all this bunch of stuff in the front. Do you think that the light of the TV is gonna be... No. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Let's plug it in. Okay. Where are we pointing at that one? Why do we need to... Oh, because now it's there is more light and we can burn more stuff. Look at this. Because also, oh my god, this is genius. This game is so good. Apart from when I hate it, this game is really good. I'm gonna push this one down. I wanna push this one down. I wanna do a disaster Ramstein. No. Okay, never mind. So our friend Philip, it's finally taking over his career of becoming a rock band artist, and the only thing that he needed to succeed in his career was to have an apocalypse. What is Thanksmas? They're doing like a holiday. They're doing like a holiday to celebrate all the festivity, Hanukkah, Christmas. What else is there during these periods? Okay. You have to turn it. You have to turn it. You have to turn it. Okay. Oh, we have to plug it in. to maybe here. Oh, to there, yeah. I really am enjoying it. It's really nice. Okay, now we can... Oh. Xmas. It's not Xmas. What are other festivities that there are during the... like, what is for me Christmas period? I know there is Hanukkah. What else? Do you know? Wait, can we get into this? Bro, I don't think that the spaceship is an actual spaceship. Oh my god, bro. Are you actually... Bro, I don't think that it's an actual spaceship. Untuck it. Untuck it. You have to untuck all of them. Alright. Am I gonna die? No. Chad, how do we tell him? Oh, where are we? Do you want me to zoom on the guitars? Sure. In any case, I have to go here. That's it. You cannot see them really clearly, to be honest. Do you recognize them? Wait, we can actually use it as a spaceship? What? Can I close the door? The window? No. Okay, let's go. We can actually use it. Wait. Oh, we are closing ourselves in. Okay, nice. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Thank you, Juan. Did you see that? We're playing Somerville. It's a really cool puzzle game. No! Woo! My spaceship! Oh. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? No, 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 no. Hey, yo. Cyberdog, Cyberdog, leave me alone. Cyberdog, leave me alone. Wait, how do I run away from you? Wait. Hold on. How do we run away from the Cyberdog? Oh, I don't think, oh. Wait. That alien was our friend? That is the alien that we saw the very, like, you know, when he was, like, staring at us. Can we go up here? No, we cannot. So we do have a friend. I don't think that I died there. Hey, oh, whoa, hey, yo! You wanna help me out? Yeah, sure. No, you do you. We're not even gonna introduce ourselves? Hi, I'm Philippe. What's your name? Oh, not really talkative. Alright, I guess, I mean, it's not like we are the only humans kinda looking people in here. Thank you. I appreciate you for the help. You can get through. You can come. It's fine. I like your company. How should I call you? Oh. Oh, you're actually a human, bro. What? Are you taking a call right now? Are you actually taking a call right now? What? Can you just give me some explanations? Who are you? Where are you coming from, bro? Is that like... It's not like it's like years pass by, so you know another language and like you know it's a futuristic language and people don't talk anymore. It's like 2 days passed. I guess I. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. Help! Oh, thank you! Oh! I was so close to be reunited to my dog. Fuck. Did I just kill the guy that was supposed to save the entire humanity? Buzz Lightyear? Bro, where? Maybe he saved me because of he saw my superpowers. Wait, he saw my superpowers, didn't he? He saw them before. That's why he's saving me, and he didn't save Karen from the freaking car, right? Am I special? Oh my god. Am I special? I'm not trusting that way. Go this way. Are you doing... Am I in the XQC position? Sorry, chat. It's my comfy position. Oh, let's go down there. Whee! Oh. Whee! Is that the guy? Oh, you're blocked? I got you, bro. Look at me. Look at how strong I am. Wait. Oh, wait. Give me a second. Look at how strong I am. I'm getting there. Look at me. But then, will you be telling me your name after? Okay. Hi. Oh, now I know everything about him. Okay, it was created. Did I just kill him? Bro, did I just kill him? What do you mean I just... What do you mean? Do I have another power? Not even? What the fuck? How did I kill him? No fucking way. Bro, what the heck? Did I just kill the cyborg? Why? I just met him. And where's my dog? Oh, you're a family chat. Are you doing okay? How is your family lunches? I know that many of you have them today because it's holiday in Italy. Wait, Artie? I have the other power? Oh, this makes everything solid. Okay, so that guy power makes everything solid. How are you doing, by the way, with the family dinners or lunches? Wait, I can unlock him. Wait, can I? Okay, one of side of me melts, and the other one this makes harder. So what if I jump down here? Jump down here. This is all solid. I go here, and I with the right click, I melt. Where did he go? No, no, no. Where did he go? Holy shit. Oh, before. Okay, before I was able to... Wait. Wait. Ah, I have to release it. This one worked on release. Double power is confusing? No, really, it's fine. How do I get up then? Oh, maybe here it's gonna become like a... There we go. No family lunch for you? Chat, what are you gonna do for Christmas? How are you gonna deal with that? I know that family dinners and lunches can bring a lot of anxiety. How are you gonna deal with that? Do you have like a specific plan? Like things that you're gonna put in action to not be too stressed? Earplugs? That much? Oh, Rico. Yeah, today's game session day, Evita. You can still focus by following the focus down there with other people, and when we get to the break, I'm gonna ask you how are you doing, how is it going, what's up, what were you doing, and everyone else is coming back. But for me today, I'm gonna be chilling. I cannot. Today, I'm not feeling the best. I feel like if I fall down, I'm gonna die. Oh, I have to make the other one water. Okay, I have to make the other one water. Okay, let's go back. You cannot stand discussions about migrants. Wait, I cannot go back? What? No, I should be able to, right? I came from here. Let me get back up here. No? Maybe while I fall, let's be ready for a death. Or maybe... Oh, it was just water, like that. Oh, no. Get up. Let's look around. No, can you cannot go, oh, you can only go there or there? You cannot get closer? You cannot go around. Okay, let's go down then. Destroy. Is he dying? No. Oh yeah, he is. He's doing weird noises. Yes, we're going back up. We're going back up. Yes. Okay. Ready? We go down now. Survive. Go down. Oh. Survive. Bro, survive. You're almost there. No, bro, you're almost there. Oh my god. Didn't I just... Yeah, that's the point. And the Valorant is too easy, you know? Okay, we're gonna go. Go fast. That's super fast. And now we swim. Don't die. Give it a second. We're almost there. Oh, good job. And now we go back again. I think. Maybe not. Let's see. Yeah, we're going back. Go back. Survive. Bro, survive. Yes. I hear you. Save. Whew. Go back. Go up. Oh, no, we're swimming. Just swimming. Okay. Okay. There are those lines that usually like tells me where to go. But wait, isn't it weird that this freaking thingy that is supposed to just show the way, or like it's for emergency light, it's lasting this long? Just letting you know, bro, this is not normal. Can you get back? Can you go up from here? No. Can we go up from here? No. How do we get up? No. Flare has plot armor. I like the plot armor. How do we get up? All the way from here? It was not supposed to go all the way there. Are you telling me that I was not supposed to go in the water? Okay. Not even from here? No. So maybe from here? It's weird, isn't it? But I cannot. You see? Hey. Ah. Okay, this makes sense. Oh, there's arrows that tells me where to go? Okay. I don't know if it ever happens to you, chat, when I'm playing video games, I'm always scared of like using something too much. Like, so for now, I'm like scared of like using the storage too much and it will like turn off. But in the end, like it cannot, right? Where am I supposed to go? What if I... Oh, that's it. Can I jump over here? Jump on there. No? Jump there! You are weird, my man. How I cannot... Can I go up here then? Why? I know we're supposed to go up there because there's also the stairs. Oh, I got it! I got it! I got it! I'm Is that the nome? Thank you. Thank you for talking to my mom. Swear you dumb. What would you like me to say in Italian? By the way, if you were here for the tournament, for the Valorant tournament, I was speaking only Italian. I made a lot of people happy. Oh. My neck. Okay. I want a cookie. I want a cookie. I'm so sad that we're not doing the Christmas cookie stream. Wait. Give me a second. Oh, I still... Wait, why do I have the torch on? Too early, too early, too early? What is it too early? Oh no! Cyber dog. What if that dog is our dog? Ah, troppo presto. Ah, that one. Ah, no. Buzzissimo. No, not really. Why? Cyber dog, can you get fucked? Oh, okay. I die. Okay, I die. If cyber dog sees me, I die. How do I not die from the cyber dog? How do we not die, chat, from this cyber dog? It's not like he has like It just stays there. That's it. It's not like it can move much. I have like a second time. No, bro. You're walking too high. Hiding from user, what? Cyberdog. So I don't think that I have like. I don't think that I have enough time. Like, look, this is not enough. That, nothing. What if I wait? Wasn't he using his thing against the dog? I think that I can against the dog. I don't know. I was using both. What? I was using my magic, but I don't know how to use it, I guess. What should we do? Maybe we need something before, I think. Throw a cyber bone to cyber fetch. What's it? Yes, the things painted on the wall are like to tell me the direction usually. Let's see if there is something. But I haven't seen anything here. What can we do against the cyber dog? Is this one? Is... Oh. Okay. What if it's in here? Nothing. Neither of those works here. I don't see anything, chat. I don't see anything. Nan is dissing my Tinder account. I don't have a Tinder account. I was banned twice. How is it banned? Did he found my Tinder account? Because I have a couple of people saying that they saw me on Tinder, but it's impossible. I've been banned. Did he find it? Did he find something? Yeah, I think that there is a fake me on Tinder. That's why I get banned. Because they keep saying that that is me, but that is not me. Oh. Miguel, were you being real or were you just joking? What do you want to press on this? Now we're gonna know the reason why I did both of the profiles that I did and I got banned for. I did them in live and apparently, I don't know. I really don't know why. They didn't tell me. Chat, what can we do? What can we do here? Can I go up and down immediately? No, because by the time I go up, it already catches me. But you see, like, I go down and it gets me. No, I don't have the time to get out, you know? When he's left, he's never left. Like, he's left for a second, and when I jump up, he's already out. Look. Is there a way to distract it? Maybe. But how? What do I use to distract him? There must be a reason why there are 2 stairs, right? There must be a reason. What shall we do? to distract him. And we don't do anything, we do. Can I make noises? With what? Wait, can we get this maybe? No, we cannot get any of these stuff. Oh, wait! Holy fucking shit! Alright, okay. I didn't see this path. Fuck you, doggo. We got too focused on that. We got too focused on that. Every single time, it's always like this. I still haven't found my dog bag. Well, we heard him barking, so we should find him, right? By the way, I want to see... Do you remember the guy before that we killed? No, I just thought like it. You know that the guy before, the one that we killed, was on the phone with someone. I want to see how the conversation with that specific someone is gonna be. Like, hi, I'm the person that your friend saved. Well, you know your friend? Well, I kinda killed him. Oh, I want that one. I want it. Oh, like we cannot get that one. Let's go up. So I think that actually it didn't happen like, well, it cannot have happened like 2 days ago, right? I'm gonna die here. Look at me. Dead. No. It cannot have happened all of this in like 2 years ago, right? Because it's, otherwise the dog would not. Nana didn't flame your Tinder account, by the way. Okay, nice. Because otherwise the dog would not have been awake, right? Like, would not be alive. Oh, we don't have to go this way? Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought it was a dog in life. I thought it was a dog in here barking. I was already very happy. We have to throw this one down. Let me go on the other side so I don't die. Yeah. Oh, what are we breaking down there? Alright. Oh, that's water. We can jump down there. Let's just check if there's anything out here. No, nothing. Okay. This game is tricky. That's the best part of it. Okay. Huh. Huh. Okay. So when do you think this all happened? Like after we lost cautions, because that's how it started, the entire thing. We lost cautions after the first attack. Oh. Can we jump on it? Oh, I'm stupid. Let me hold this. Okay. Okay. Now I can, right? Jump on it. Jump on it. No? Huh? No? What? Huh? I thought I was supposed to jump down there. Jump on it. No? Where are we going? Did someone ever talk? Who? Can it go down, like lower then? I feel like I should be able like, to jump on it, you know, like... Why not? Someone explain something? Nothing. There is no narrator. No narrator in this game. Oh! Hi, IQ. We could have jumped also before, but you're being a bitch right now. Okay. Okay. I forget that I have 2 superpowers. Okay, let's make space here. Okay. The only thing that I don't understand about this game is where is this guy going? Like, what is your purpose? To find someone else? Is that it? What is it? We're still walking. Like if someone to explain us what's going on. Okay. Okay. What is this? But what is this? Oh, another one? Why did we lose the other one? Oh, I might... Oh, I'm stupid. Where are we going, though? Oh, maybe back? Maybe there was something that we could have done before. No, we came from nothing. Oh. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay. We need to keep melting, otherwise we die smushed. Holy shit, holy shit. Wait, I need to get out first. Okay. More? Okay. Shit. Yes, go back up. Oh. This is getting tricky. Oh, not dying to death. How did you die? Oh no, you did not. Oh, I understood. Okay. I understood. Break time? Come back. Come back to the break. Hello. Were you working? What were you doing? Hi. Welcome back, everyone. Carol, were you doing something productive? Were you doing something? Do we hear? Come back to mommy. So, we lost the dog. We found a cyber dog that we still, like, he tried to kill us. He killed us, actually, a couple of times. You're kind of done. Let's go. He kind of killed us. Now we're doing this in the water. trying to be very focused because I already died. But I think how I should be doing this one. I think I should be doing... I should like... We have a new superpower. We killed someone that tried to save us actually. Like we found a human being and we killed them. Yeah. Go up. And now we're trying to get back up. Oh, from here. Okay. I didn't do it on purpose. We shook hands and we died. So, I mean, it's not really our fault, right? Wait, what if... Oh, it keeps going up. We do this. And when this one goes... Can we go underwater? Oh, wait, let's destroy everything. Where are we? No, but I covered! Oh, again. Lemoni, thank you so much for the 4 months. Hi, welcome in. Nice to have you here. How are you doing? Are you working or are you... What are you doing today? What are you doing? That's what I need to do? Yes, I think so. Understand. Oh, Rotten! Wait, let me go up here. Rotten, thank you so much for the prime. Welcome in. How is your day going? What are you doing today? Now, let's think about it, chat. By the way, can I have sniffs for Rotten Hyena? Thank you for that. Yes, we are in a break. We are in a break. Welcome to the break. So now we melt, alright? We melt everything. So we raise a little bit more. Up, up, up. Then when we get here, now it gets difficult. Because I think that we should burn and then make everything solid as soon as we get there. And just hide under, you know? No? Again? I'm too scared, I don't want to do it again. Can I do it from down here? No, I have to be here. Let me take oxygen first. Go up. Ready? We're doing it now. We're doing it. Oh wait, maybe I can. Oh, I cannot move now then. Oh, I did it. No! How did I? We did it. We almost did it. How many promos today? I think many. Don't look. I think many. Okay, but that is the way, right? That is the way, right, Ini? You think so? We can do many. We can do many for sure. Like I can do many like this because I'm just chilling for today. Yes? Okay. Okay. Go back up. Go back up. Don't die here. Don't die here. This is not the difficult part. By the way, the power of this this flame blah 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 thingy that can go underwater. I mean, they should invent it. I think that they must be very, very useful in a like emergency situation in real life. Okay. Now, we take a deep breath. We go down here and we burn them while we take a deep breath. We go down here. And we burn everything while staying underwater. We did not die? Wait, ha! Oh, maybe I was supposed to hide under that. You don't think that it's physically possible? Wait, take it. Go on the left. Yes, I think so. I think that is the best way. Under the rock. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. I think that is the way. That is the way to go. Oh yeah, wait. Oh no, we don't have Pera anymore. Before there was Pera here sleeping. Yeah, we're gonna go under the rock now. By the way, I'm not used to playing with the controller, so every time that I play with these games with the controller, I'm always so excited that it like vibrates with everything that is happening. It makes you feel more like in the game. Like, I know that mouse and keyboard are better for like specific games, but I love that this vibrates, and I remember that if you're also playing like shooting games, it vibrates when you're shooting. I think that is one of the smallest perks that... Okay, let's stay here. Oh no, we cannot stay there. Because you see, it goes right under. Just melt everything. Melt. A bit. Okay, wait. Take a bit of breath because I know you don't have much. Ready? We melt. Oh, right. Hide. Okay. And now we push. No! Oh, fucking fuck. And now we go up. And we melt more. We made it! Oh my god, please don't die again. Shall we go here also? Before going up, I want to see what there is here. Nothing? Alright. We're going still up. Okay, we're still going up. Focus! Okay! Carol! Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong! You're almost there, right? You're almost there. We will be back here. People, if you have to work, it's time for you to work. Get yourself water. Start to go back to work. I'm gonna update you with everything that happened during the game in the next break, okay? And let me know what did you work on, okay? I'll be right back. That is so sweet. Isn't it sweet to do it like this? Wait, let's swim. Let's try some more stuff. I don't think that the water level is gonna be higher. Oh, because I need to get out. Okay, I get it. Wait. I think this is the way. So those became stairs, and now I can maybe go on this side. No, I go back up. No. No, it's sweet that like to have people around that are like working while we're doing stuff. I don't know, I like it. It's not like yeah, it's okay. Listen, it was a sweet thing for me, okay? That okay. You don't find it sweet, Okay, nothing this way. It was just meant to like trick us. Okay, never mind. It's a holiday for me too, yes. Let's go back. Let's go up. No. Am I stuck there? No. Okay. We made it here. Let's go. Oof. By the way, what do we have tomorrow? Tomorrow we have the building the PC. Saturday we have Saturday is the Thanksmas, so we're gonna have Chris. And I wanted to play this game on Thanksmas, but we can play another game. We can play Unpacking for sure. Wait, where are we supposed to go? But Unpacking would be also good. Hi, how are Joy King? How are you doing? Wait, yo. Where are we supposed to go, bro? Left? Ah, okay, there was an arrow saying left. Okay. And we continue. I cannot end this game in 4 hours. We'll see. Wait, why are you... Bro, it's... Oh, because it turned off. Okay. Wise men say only fool rush in, but I can't hold it. What is this? What are you? Take it. Take it. Take it. Take it. Take it. Oh my goodness. Maybe I was supposed to put it a bit higher so I can get it. Stop. Can you get it now? Do you want to get it? No. Oh, you just walk through it? That's it? That is weird. I thought it was dead. Oh, you can end this game in 4 hours. Sorry, sorry, Meta. I'm used to you not believing in me. You know. Okay. Can I take the light? Oh. Okay. Okay. No, it's fine, Meta. I like it like this too. Oh, right? The water level rised. Let's see. Let's go. Go. But why are you not moving? Why are you being all weird? I'm confused. Did you want to jump out of the window, maybe? Or maybe... Oh, that's it. Oh, you like me more? For what? For what? Okay, there is nothing on there. Why? Oh, we have to jump there, and then... Oh, maybe we have to carry this one. Yeah? Where are we carrying you, though? Ow? We must need this for some reason, right? Oh my god, why this one is not touched? Let's try to put it. Maybe... Oh, we're collecting water. We are collecting water. And we throw it back in there. Oh, we cannot. Can we now take you? No. Wait. This doesn't change shit. I don't understand this. this one doesn't change shit. But here he cannot move on it anymore. Can't. What is it, chat? Oh, I know. I said that maybe now you need to be like you're under the light. Okay, 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 okay. I got it, got it, got it. Move you here. Now you're gonna become. Okay, now you should be stronger enough to walk on those rails, right? No. You sure you're not? I cannot move you anymore? Oh, only from here? Let's go back there. Maybe now you can break it? No. How? Maybe by moving this one. Oh, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. I know, I know, I know. Wait, 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 wait. I know, 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 I know. Okay, this goes back into water. We move this one in there. Get in here, get in here, get in there, get inside. Okay. Like this, and then we make it strong. So now it is attached. You see, now when I move that, it also moves that one. Okay. I don't know the purpose, but let's see. Wait, turn it in any direction you want. Bro, you have to turn it in one or the other direction. Whatever you want to move it. But you have to... Bro. Why can't you... Just push it? I cannot push it, look. It doesn't. I cannot even move it like... Oh no! Ah! Oh, smart. Smart. And now we're in an empty room. Okay, no. I think we're gonna soon get closer to humans. Okay, Jed, yeah, no worries. I'm thinking I need a... I was saying I need a cookie, chat. Let me go get a cookie. I'll be right back, okay? Give me this second. How do I... Can super sad, chat. I'm super sad. I went to the kitchen thinking I was going to find the cookies that I was hoping for. And they actually finished them yesterday. So I had other cookies, no worries. I had other cookies, but that's why we're studying the cookies game. No. You have no idea how much I wish I had my own apartment, so then I could be doing cooking stream all the time. All the time. Sorry I have to interrupt this masterpiece. Plus, yeah, I would not even be joking. I'm not even joking. Okay. I put the cart in. Okay, we turn it. What is stopping me from getting my apartment? First of all, money. Verona is very, very expensive in terms of like apartments, and the ones that there are here, they're on another level of like they're not good. Like they're not worth it, you know. Can we push it? I think that I can push it? Just break it. Break. Ah, no, I can jump on it. Okay. I'm gonna use it for it. Huh? Why did I grab it? I didn't feel the need of the glasses. Maybe I lost them, I did not. Oh. Go. Oh. Oh, I think I'm... This time we have to break it. This time we have to break it. Meow to you. What do you mean? No, I haven't lost them. Shut up. Go. Gamer will remember this. Oh. Nice. We're bringing this cart forever with us, apparently. New friend. Oh. Oh, the cyber dog is back. Stupid cyber dog. What the heck? Bro! Oh my god. You saw nothing? Where is the last piece of cookie here? Così! Comodo, confortevole. I was not the one making the cookies. Let's go. No worries, Umberto. Okay. Are we saying goodbye to our cart? Not yet. I think that here we have to like just throw it and the dog will be scared of it and or like do something. There we go, I knew it. Stupid cyber dog. Why do you hate the Christmas emotes? Oh, no, wait, what? No, no. Oh my god. Stupid cyber dog. You haven't seen me, stupid dog. Hehe. Stupid cyber dog. Stupid dog. Every game that we play is always F the dog, by the way. Always have the dog. Dogs are always the meanest one. Wait, click, click. I think that you have to click that, yeah. Where are we going? Okay. Okay. You pick the game, you hate the algos. It's not, it's like every time there's like, when we played, what was the name of the previous one of this one? What is it? What was it? Inside. When we played Inside. Oh, maybe the creators. Maybe the creators don't like dogs. Even if in this one there is like a dog that is our friend. So I feel like, but then now there is no more the dog. So I feel like, oh shit, 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 oh shit. Woo! Wait. Go. Just in time, just in time, just in time. Woo! No, don't you dare, 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 don't you dare. Ah. Get fucked, get fucked, get fucked. Jump! Nice, are we dead? Okay. You got this, bro. You got this. You got this. This is some water. You made all of this to just be again outside? By the way, I'm so curious to see how the games will look like with the new graphic card. Okay. There's a car? Oh well, there were also before cars, actually. I think we're getting off here. Are we in London? Or like England? Hi, Angelo. Do you recognize any monument? Where are we going? Where are you? Where are you? Dog, where are you? Get out, get out. How? No, you're fucking insane. You are fucking insane, dog. How the fuck are you here? How the fuck are you here? How did you know? How did you fucking know? It's not possible. Man, no. There's something wrong with you. Okay, we're almost dead, by the way. Well, you were away. We almost died with, you know, we had a couple of stuff to do. Going with this one. Doodle Pain! Doodle Pain, thank you so much for... Thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate you for being here. Hi. How is your day looking like? Is it a holiday for you, Doodle? Ball and sand. Yeah, for you too, nice. Look at Toku's butt. Look at Toku's butt. Oh, humans, hi! Hello! Oh. Oh, they're gonna come. Oh! Christmas tree in progress? Nice. Actually, my mom already took the Christmas tree out. And I think that soon they're gonna be building it. My dad really wanted it to be on stream. I don't know why. I really don't know why, but... What is that one? Days of Grunge? Doggo, good morning, Doggo. Let's go out. Oh, hi, humans. Hello? Why no humans is talking to me? Bro, can I know something? Where are we? What is happening? What's going on? Oh, I cannot use my powers here, by the way. Is this a priest? Bro, are you still believing after all of this? Bro, congrats to you. Can we get a little bit of soup? We're kind of sick. Oh, there's no way there. Estrema unzione. Oh, shit. Well, there is back here. Hi, can I... No, nothing. You have your privacy. You have it. So these are the last humans alive, maybe. Can I talk to someone in charge here, please? Can I talk to someone? Him? We have to talk to him? Hi, bro. Hi. Oh, did you actually say hi to me? Let me... Oh, we have to go there, but he cannot see us going in there. Alright. Hi, Hugo. How are you doing? Okay, this one's... They're smarter. A ball? Are you a ball? Balle! Ball! Hi! Hello! No, it's fine. I'm good. You recognize me? Do you recognize me? Hi, Bali. Hi, beauty. Hi. Come out with me. Let's go scare the fucking hell out of that guy. Let's go. Come, Baldy. Baldy. No Baldy? Should we go the other way, Baldy? There's no other way. So I freed you for what? Baldy, we need to do something. Ball has a system error? I cannot use my powers in here. Apparently. We cannot even jump up there. Alright, so we do have a ball. What's up, doggo? Nothing? Let's keep walking. Here's where they pray. How do we do this? Maybe there's more there on the right. Let's see. Yeah, no, I'm not interested in your door. Oh, you look kind of depressed, but that's okay. Wait, I feel like we need this cable. It looks weird that it's right here, right? Oh, there's another guy here. Hello. Hi. Can I get in? No, I cannot even look at it. Okay. I don't understand if they look more desperate, like, now, or how they were out there. Like, oh, here we have a light. What is it? Is that a kid? Give me the kid. Let me walk in. Am I dying again? It's her kid! It's his kid! And his wife! I thought they were dead. I thought they were dead. Bro, you have no idea what happened. You have no idea, girl. Oh, we are so many now. We can destroy them all. Wait, can we get that light? I want to show you something. Just give me this. No, we cannot get it. Okay. Where is she going? Just wait for me. Hey, yo! Girl, wait for me. Yes, I'm coming. Wait, you do have the permissions, right? Tell him to make me go in. Bro, open the door. Oh, she has the permissions. Nice. Thank you for that. I'm almost dead and you're taking me into a freezer? Oh, you want to cure me? Oh, okay. Then it's fine, I guess. Hi, Keto. Let's go. Where do you want to go? Let me follow you into the cold outside. While I'm almost dying. Want to see a magic trick? Parenting simulator. I cannot use my abilities. Yo, did she took out the medicines? Maybe I can take them. I know she took just the kid. Bro, can you cure me? Where are we going? Why did I have to follow you? Viro, appreciate you for the 3 months. Vito, thank you so much for 3 months. Welcome back. How are you doing? Long time no see. So we got the medicines. And now, are you gonna cure me? Or where are we going now? Into a hell? Like we were in the super cold before and now we're going to hell? What is that? What is that you took? What is that thing that you took? Oh. I'm gonna stay here and stay... I don't know where the ball is. I think that the ball is... It's independent. I cannot do anything to the ball. Oh, it's to hold the kit? Holy fucking shit. Where are we going? Oh. Okay. Girl, shouldn't you cure me? Don't run. You should be curing me. You got the medicines, but you didn't give it to me. Stop running. Can't you see that I'm almost dead? Oh, we're looking for stuff. Oh, now you finally noticed. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. And now I'm gonna be resuscitating. Look at me. No, not really. I thought so. Drink a coffee and you will be brand new. Yeah. Oh my, are we holding hands? Oh, I want to see when she will see me doing like the kind of thing first time. Bet you're gonna be impressed. We're gonna repopulating the world, you and I. Let's go. Stop running! I don't have... Look at me, I'm almost dead. Why you keep running? Ah, this is the moment. Oh, I wonder how can we get out? Oh, I really don't know. I mean, let me show you what I can do. What did you pick up? What? Oh, oh! You joking, right? Am I using my kit? Let me touch my kit. Touch it. Touch the kit. Touch the kit. Get the fox. No, I Don't be scared. 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 Look at the power that we can have. This is such a sweet thing. Oh my god, this is so sweet. Hi, Henry. Look at them, like, they hold hands so that... Oh, I'm gonna cry. Why did they have to put a love story also in this? Why did they have to put a love story here? Hey, hi, by the way, how are you doing? She is impressed. Still 7 minutes of focus for everyone who has to focus. Don't be distracted. And also the kid will be thinking, oh, my dad is a superhero. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Doggo's not impressed because they already know. We are in England, right? The police cars are like that in England, right? Is it UK? Yeah, okay. How do they look like in France? I'm wondering. A Bali! Hi, Bali! She's gonna be, oh my god. No, no worries. This is my friend. Hey, we've been drinking a couple of beers. He's good. He's cool. He's cool. No worries. No worries. We got Bully. Okay, let's get out. Let's skedaddle. What? Don't you dare. Wait, what? Okay, let's go. No? We stay there? Why are we staying here? Oh, we want to walk there? Okay. No? What's up? What's up, Bully? What are you trying to tell me? I don't understand. Sorry if I didn't see the police. I don't understand. Let's get away from there. Ball is being weird. Why are we freeing all of these balls, by the way? Trackero! Trackero, thank you for being here. Can you please come here with the kid? Hold my hand. Trackero, thank you for being here. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're having a good day. Jump. Oh. Oh, I suck us. Wait. Oh, there he is. There. That's what we need. I'm doing good. I'm doing very good, Trackero. How are you doing? Eh. Oh, down? Ah, okay. Can we, like, open it now? Why did we... What? Oh, I have to leave it. Oh, this is the maximum? That's it? What do we do? You're doing awesome. How are you doing today? Like, what are you gonna do? Is it holiday where you are at? Hot cacao Mobius, can you share, please? Where should we? Do you think we should go? Oh, from under here? Oh. Girl, you can pass. Oh, let's see what there is in the bus. Oh, I can open the door. I'm coming. I'm opening the door for them. I mean, you could have tossed me the kid from there and then... Milady, welcome on board. A car racer is called. Is it called a car racer, that one? Milady. Allow. No worries, I've been going through worse. This is nothing. Come here with the kid. Come here with the kid. Come. Push it up. Nice. Now come here. We walk over. Basic shit. And now we make everything hard again. And no. Okay, dog. I thought you were going. Oh my god. By the way, did you see that I'm feeling better? I'm not like crouching too much anymore. I'm like chilling now. Kids isn't pulling their weight. Let's just try more stuff over here. You never know what you can find. Dog, why are you staying there? Okay. Let's see if there is something else that we can do here before leaving this part. No. Okay. Let's go on. Hello, Thorn. How are you doing? How's your day? What fell? What fell? Hi, Abra. Abra? What's that nickname? Wait, why are you barking? What's up? Why are you barking? It's fine. No, we're gonna go walk up. Wait, maybe we can... No, just hold my hand. Hold my hand. Hold my hand! Oh, we cannot destroy that? Okay, let's continue. Dog, why are you staying there? What? We have been here. We have to try harder? What? I swear, this dog is gonna make me go crazy. What are we supposed to do? Nothing. Why do you stop me here? You... I'm stuck! I'm stuck! Okay. Break time! Ding dong, break time! If you were studying, if you were working, come back here. Hello. Let me tell you what happened. We found our family back. We found our wife. Hi, Rico. We found back our wife. We found back our daughter. Dot is sending us... Yeah, because at the beginning we had a family. Doggo is back too. We found a colony of people that like survived. Yeah, family. We found a colony of people that survived to the entire thing. Oh. No cyber dog. No cyber dog. This is us. This is all of us. Look at us. We ran away from cyber doggos. We survived. We found a lot of people. We found our family. We found out that we are in the UK, according to the police cars. What's happening? Wait, why can't we? Oh, okay. Should we go in here? Maybe you could have done a little bit less noise, you stupid. I swear, you could have been a little bit more careful. You just saw the freaking cyber dog and you had to throw everything on the ground. Holy fucking shit. Oh, dead. Okay, never mind. We have to find spots with nothing on the floor. Shit. Okay, we wait. We have to figure it out that there should not be anything on the floor. Like there, we're not going there. Here it could be like this. Then this one should not make any sound. We go over here. We go over here. Is that glass? We go over here. Holy fucking shit. What? Ah. You love the gaming sense? Thank you. Okay. We got this. Yeah, I took a little bit of a break, Kami. Just like I got cookies. Thank you for taking care of me, Kami. What the heck? Okay, we did this. Then we go here. Then we go here. And then we go here. And then we go all the way here. But... And then we go all the way here. Let's go. Push! Holy fucking fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Oh shit, 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 shit. Wifey, wait for me! Wait, what the fuck? She left me there. Okay, we know that we have to run. As soon as we get out, we have to run. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, 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 let's go. Let's go! Run! Why are you so slow? She's running faster than you and she has a kid on herself. Let's go this way, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. No! We were so close. I thought it was there, but then I got scared. Okay, where am I? Run, run, run. No, no, where are you going? Where are you going? Go, 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 go. This way, this way, this way. Let's go, lady. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Up, up, up. Well, I mean, you just almost died, so I think that it's understandable if you're feeling a little bit tired. Ooh! Bro. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Go, 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 go. Run! Oh my fucking fuck. What are they shooting? Are they shooting scissors? Wait, how am I supposed to... Bro, how are we breaking this? Oh. Holy! Cyber lady? Where am I stuck now? No, 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 Cyber dog. Get out, get away, get away. Cyber lady? Holy shit. Oh my god, she's gonna kill us after we tell her that we killed her man. When she will know that we killed her man, she's gonna destroy us all. Let's go, Cyber lady. Let's go, 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 let's go. By the way, this game is so well made. It's so fucking well made. Did you see the cinematic of us running? It's crazy. I'm so focused right now. I'm running. Let's go, let's go. No, no, don't fall, 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 don't fall. Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. Go up, 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 up. You really like the graphics? Same. Where are we going? Where are we? Are we jumping down, lady? Oh, oh, hi, Cyber lady. What the? Nope. Nope. Oh, family, come back here. Family, come here. Oh, oh. Can we do something? I have superpowers. Let me do something. Are we going into the spaceship? Holy fucking fuck. Bro, look at... Why they... No, 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 no. No, no. The kid and the dog. Get them too. Are you crazy? Ah. Hold on a second, I'm gonna cry. Yes, go back to focus. If you're working, go back to focus. We're gonna talk to you in 45 minutes. I'm gonna tell you what happened to my family. I'm gonna cry so hard. I'm gonna cry so hard. What the fuck? Oh, you're right. How are you supposed to? So for a spaceship came to save us, but the spaceship didn't get our wife, daughter, and dog on the spaceship, and we saw the scene of them dying. Of them fucking oh my god. Why? Why am I playing this game? Why am I playing? No. No, chat. No. Oh, who cares about the kid? The dog! The dog is gone. He was barking at us when he was dying. I don't want to play this game anymore. I don't want to play this game anymore. I don't like it. Who cares about the kid for real? Definitely I'm gonna express all of my anger and like Bro, you left. How am I supposed to survive now? Why should I care about my life and everyone else's life when all my world is dead? Why should I care? Everybody left. Oh, like you're stupid because now I have no reason to leave and to fight. So get fucked. You could have easily like taken one more second to just get them in. What do you mean the wife deserved to die? No, they didn't. What the fuck is this? When did they build all of this? Fight for my rights? I don't fucking care about my rights. I don't care about anyone's lives. My daughter, my wife, and my dog are dead. Why should I fight for the world? There is nothing for me here anymore. I'm happy I killed your husband. I'm happy I killed him. You're still alive with a new dad? Hi, Miku. I'm generally so sad. Why am I supposed to be alive? Why am I alive? Bro, I'm gonna fucking kill all of you, I swear. You wanna test me? Look at my anger issues. Look at them. Oh, they're testing me? Son of a bitch. I'm gonna pretend that I'm nice to you, but then I'm gonna fucking kill you. I think that the cyber dogs were on their... No, cyber dogs killed my actually... My wife and daughter and dog. But at the same time, you have blood on your shoulders, on your hands, not shoulders. Why are you testing me? Shouldn't they have done like this at the very beginning of the game? So like, blood on my shoulders. Shouldn't they have done this at the very beginning of the game? So like, I would learn about my skills. Oh. I know, but they're stupid. They don't know that every superhero needs like a reason to be a superhero. If they don't have a family, they don't need... Ah, okay, I gotcha. I got it. 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 Now that I don't, the beginning for the portal, this is the beginning of a villain. I'm not even joking. Wait. Let me destroy everything. Okay. They're dead. They're for sure dead. I hope there was another spaceship and saved them all, and then now they're gonna appear now here. But otherwise, I'm gonna kill them all. Like, they're all doomed. Humanity is gone. Oh, a new power? Am I supposed to go in my own thing? Bro, I don't wanna leave. Oh, it was the three of us. It was me, the guy that I killed, and this lady. She like, okay, so we're killing this lady. We're killing this lady, and we're taking her superpower. She left our family there. We're killing this lady. Give us all you got. Ballsies? What are you doing there, Ballsies? Don't you dare kill my balls, huh? Oh, the two of them? I get the other power. I get the other power. Ah, no, I have to, okay. This, I first melt them, then I make a ball, and then the ball goes in the purple. We have to do it multiple times, I guess. Oh, we have to make it fast. Okay, we have to go make this thing go fast. Okay. Let's go. Maybe this is gonna bring things back in the past, you know, like a time machine. I wish it's like that. I really wish it's like that, because otherwise it's gonna be a huge problem. Yeah, they're using me as an engine, yeah, I don't really mind. If we bring back the time, that would be so good. Graphic? I'm so addicted to the graphic. What are we opening? What happened? What happened? Are we destroying the world? Are we using it as a weapon? Huge military weapon? We'd kill fucking everyone? Cats have 9 lives? Yes. The cat would have run away. Cat would have been alive right now. Oh, they're shooting us. Like missiles. Did we get like an armor or something, or are we just doing slowly? Oh, we're gonna go inside their spaceship and we're gonna kill them all. To be fair, now that I think about it, it's more like we are like superheroes, so like we're saving the entire humanity. We're saving the entire humanity, so it's okay if our family is gone. Like, we have bigger priorities. But at the same time... What? What? Was this all a dream? Wait, did we restart the game? This is how everything started. Was it just all a dream? No. Everything is gonna start again? So we did do time travel. We did time travel. Wait, what? We did try time travel. Oh no! Are just fireworks? Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, Bicho, after this one, after this game. Hold on. Was it all a dream? They're gonna be in front of the TV? They're not in front of are they in the kitchen? Oh my fucking god, that fucking scared me. What the fuck? No, open the fucking door. What there is downstairs. Again? Am I gone crazy? Am I gone cuckoo? How do I go there? I'm coming. I'm coming. Bro, am I gone cuckoo? Oh, it was a memory? What was it? No! Why are you breaking my heart like this? Why are you breaking my heart like this? I'm so heartbroken. Wait. So maybe we are in that a spaceship. Maybe we are in that spaceship. But it's more like a... their weapons go like onto the mind. You don't like how it's going? Me neither. This cannot be the end. Listen, creators, if this is the end, you're a piece of okay. I thought it was like going to black screen, you know? Hi, Nathan. Oh, no, don't you dare fucking kill me. Bruh. Can I do anything? I cannot do shit. Oh, water. Okay. We might gonna die here, just letting you know, chat. Yeah. No, resist. We're almost there. 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 We're on the other side. 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 Okay. Wait, we have been here already. Why are we back here? Why are we relieving all the pieces that we did before? What is going on? Are they playing mind games with us? Oh, not again. Are we gonna kill him again? Or maybe maybe we're actually going back in the past. Everything is happening again, but we're gonna give it another no, don't touch him. Huh? So we have his powers again. Where did we go the last time? We went up? We went up, right? It doesn't work there. Okay. Shall we continue then? It is super confusing. Why was he walking like that? Hi, Reap. Hello. Maybe we're all three still in the pods. No, I remember. We have to get the torch first. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Chill, 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 chill. We cannot go there anymore? Oh! Wait. It's purple, right? Purple was like two of them. Wait, hold on. Can we go through here? This is getting so weird. Oh, we cannot do purple because we don't have the power of the purple yet. So let me kill her. I don't mind. The freaking bitch killed my family. I know it's for the humanity, but still. Oh, there she is. I think she's there? Is any of you understanding? I have so many questions. This game is very weird, but in a good way. I agree. I really like it. I really like it. It's just... The fuck? I think that's the point. They want it to be, like, to your imagination. Where the fuck is the dog? I don't really care. Where is the dog? No way. No way. I'm not happy here. I'm not happy. Let me... No, I don't want to be here. Melt away. I don't care about you. I want the dog. I want the dog. Who cares? Put my feet on your face, Matt. Please. the dog is a real villain plot twist. What the fuck? I swear, if I don't see the dog by the end of this game... Okay, I think that maybe now I'm getting like the purple power now, but... Who is that? Sorry. Don't be scared, it's fine. What am I supposed to... Oh. Oh, I'm giving her the power, I think. Bro, no. Stop. Okay, she's giving me back. Squarcio spazio temporale. But why? Why am I back falling down? Oh, we're back at the festival? We're back at the festival? I don't think that is my kid. I think that that is the... You see, purple builds up stuff. I think that... Okay, I think that... My blue power creates the material. The red puts it, makes it solid, and purple makes it into something. Again? Where's the dog? I don't care about my wife. I don't care about my toddler. I want my dog. Where are you going, kid? You see, I knew we were not right. Where am I supposed to go? Under here? Here? We're definitely on some drugs while creating the game. Whoa! Wait, yo! Okay. Whoa! What is this? Can I map? What am I supposed to... Am I supposed to suicide? Let's go. Oh, bro! Make them crash? How am I supposed to make them crash? They moved a little bit, right? I think that I have to give them the time to move. Ah! Get fucked. Stupid. Let me walk. Again? Whoa, call the police! Hey, yo. Okay. Beep, beep. Oh, whoa, bro! Ma, what the fuck? I'm also Prodigy now. Get fucked. Let me walk through. Let me walk. Wait, maybe was I the one that created all the issues? Maybe again. Oh, bro. Ah! Okay. Oh, maybe I can just melt the things that I just made. Okay. No, what the fuck? Again, we're breaking everything. It's getting so confusing. Raccordo anulare. I'm so confused still by this game. Come on, walk. Aria, no worries. Is it okay if I answer to you in English? Or do you want me to answer to you in Italian? It's not an insult. I know, don't worry. Italiano better? Perché quando ho iniziato a streamare stavo lavorando in inglese e stavo studiando in inglese, quindi mi è venuto naturale, e da allora non mi è mai venuto in mente di cambiare in italiano perché ho la community ormai internazionale. I hope that explains. Maybe I was not supposed to do this. Wait. I think I was supposed to do this. Yeah. Oh, we're getting the purple thing, I think. Oh, not yet. We're still breaking through stuff. Oh, shit. Still. Maybe. No, not yet. But we are gonna get the purple thing. Purple power. Pew pew laser gun. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why did you leave? No, take it back. I think that was important. Okay, never mind. Ah, no, Aria. No. I don't care if you wanna speak Italian in chat. Like, as soon as, like, you don't start creating, like, single conversation. I hope you're understanding what I'm saying. I hope, as long as you don't start to create, like, conversations with other people and you exclude others, I don't care. If you don't know words in, oh, we're doing the other side. If you don't know words in English, I don't care if you write in Italian. Hey! Bro, wake up! Wake up! What are you doing? What are we supposed to... Ah, because I'm not touching it, maybe? I am touching it. Ah, I have to go there. Ah, I'm stupid. You're right. Yeah. So I was too focused in the image. Yeah, get fucking scared, you stupid. Ah. Get scared, yes, get scared. Wait, purple? Hold on a second. Purple has always been the color of the enemy that was following us. Before it was red, but then we got... No. Maybe we're trying to get away the purple power. Enemy call Twitch out. Cyber doggos were red, true. So maybe then... Oh my god, it's so complicated. The light was purple. The angry light that was always killing us was purple. Where are we now? Yeah, the pew pew was purple. Maybe this is not the way. We have to go right. Who are you? Hold on, hold on. Hey, bro, you cannot like appear like this and just wait for me. Wait for me. Oh, and oh, this is them. Okay, I went back in time. That is blue, the one that I took the power from. That is red, the one that I took the power after, and that is purple. But purple is also the cyber lady that saved us before. So it cannot be the angry one. Are they all three gonna touch me and I'm gonna get all three the powers? Wait, they're hugging? Bro, you killed my family, you're hugging? Wait, I brought back the blue and the red thanks to what I did? Oh my god, I'm getting purple. Die, bitch! Die! You need to die! Do I have... I have purple, chat. Look, I have purple. Look at that, I have purple. We have purple. Okay, I think this is the last one. Not purple, purple. It's purple? What does Somerville mean? What is the meaning of Somerville, JJ? Purple. Don't make fun of my accent, you stupid. I swear. I'm gonna... Yeah, I'm killing you, kid. We're destroying. But blue is the strongest one. It's the one that we use the most. Oh, now we're getting it. No, don't fly away, don't fly away. Come back, come back. What am I supposed to do? Somerville was a British mathematician and astronomer whose physical geography won her international acclaim. The first women's college at Oxford University was founded by and named after her. Huh. Oh, there's one more. There's one more. There's one more. I didn't see that. Let's go. One more. Or it's a city in Massachusetts. The city of Somer. Thank you, Vida love. It's so, I like this kind of... I really like these games, by the way. They're so intriguing. Bro. But now she's scared. Why are we destroying this kid? Why are we destroying? Simo! Simo, thank you so much. Thank you for the 11 months? My man, next month it's like 1 year. Simo, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. What does the code at the bottom left? It means it's that. Thank you. Less than 3 to you. It's the forest code. Apparently it did not work for the last tomato. I don't know why. Bro, you're falling. Okay. When she goes under the light, we need to... Bro, you're dead. Get... What do I... Do I have to... Hi, Jesse. Have you ever played this game? Come on. Oh, I have to start... Oh, I have to... Okay. Somebody say me? Wait, what? Is that how... Wait. How do I kill this kid? How do I kill this kid? How do I make the boy fall? Ah! I'll try with red. Yeah, so I make the bicycle stop, right? You're dead. You're dead. Ah! Oh, finally. Finally. How do I kill this guy? Chibi would have loved this moment. Another kid. Are we freeing these kids or do you think that we're killing them? Oh? Oh? Oh, this time was us? Let's go with the freeing. Okay. What if it's that person that we kept like harassing is the one that in the end created all of this? Like it's the villain. So we went back in their past to just, you know, attack them, but in the end we are the villains because we created the... Wait, what? And then we created the villain. Does it make sense? What am I supposed to do? What am I... Oh. Okay. No, kids were hurt? No, kids. How can he do these jumps now? When we were playing, he couldn't do it, and not even like a step. What? Who are all these people? Balls! Balls are back! Touch this. Hold the hands of these kids. Hold them. Do I have... What do I have to do? Am I doing it right? I think so. Something's happening. Something? Oh, I was supposed to hold it? I know. I know. this, chat? Is it what I'm supposed to do? Did you have to walk in? I have to walk in? Okay. I don't know Warzone, but that seemed to work. Am I back home? Where is the fucking dog? Where is the dog? Where is the dog? What the fuck? This is the end. What? Where's the dog? This is only one ending? Wait, there's more endings? There are more endings? Are there endings with the dog? Oh, wait. You know what I just realized, maybe? Maybe that is the ending because I choose to go to my family. But what if... Wait, start from a checkpoint. What if instead I follow the harmony that they were saying and I kill them? Look at this. Now? Da. Oh, I have to hold hands to the kids. You see? That's what I did. That's what I did. That's what I'm doing. Am I doing something wrong, chat? Oh, he's trying to bring me again to the house? No, I'm not getting into the house. Maybe the timing? Okay. Too fast? Give me. Yeah, no starting today. By the way, if you were on focus mode, it's time for the break. Get to the break with us. We don't understand what is happening right now. We have no idea what is happening, to be fair. Right? What do you want from me? Give the hands to the kids. I was not done. Bro, I'm doing exactly as you are doing. Hold my hands, kids. Let's just... Can we fry them? Okay, we are doing something. Here it's her, and then it goes immediately closer and it gives me the other one. Wait. It didn't get hurt. You see, it didn't get hurt. Forza, I have to. Maybe I have to keep it. Forza. Maybe I have to keep it. No. Oh, listen. You're gonna die with the red. Okay, red not enough. Nice. Why we cannot do this, chat? Why do you think we cannot? Oh, stop. Okay, okay, it's fine, I'm done. What's going on? We're trying to do some music. I don't know, Carol. There is this ending that we're not understanding. There's different endings, and there is no dog. Could we find the ending on YouTube? Let's check. No. Yes. Yes. Yes, I'm checking. Somerville. Ending? And kind of repeating with a blue, and blue. Blue, blue, red. Oh, there's different ending? It's about it's about the ones that I choose. Wait, it's about the things that I use. Try blue, blue, blue. Yes, we're trying blue, blue, blue. Wait, hold hands. Try with all different color combinations. You know how many there are gonna be? Is this a dog? No, that's my family. Am I killing them? Don't kill them. Confused much? Oh, the family's back? But he's dead. Where is the dog? I don't care about the wife. Where's the dog? Where is the dog? Okay, Somerville ending with dog. I need an ending with the freaking dog. Somerville ending with dog. What? Wait, look at this one. For real? Wait. Not this one then, this one. Look at this. Somersville hero is actually a jerk who totally ignores his dog. Wait. I don't wanna go lower. Permit you a second. There is a dog. There is. Send me Ashkelon. No, there is no ending. What is this? Somerville's ending?
Dead.
Oh, they're all of them? Wait. I have the quality very low. Okay, we got here.
What do we do? Can't move.
Bro.
Yes. Use the power.
Okay, this one we did
You can't
it.
stop us.
This one we did it. Everything breaks and it's done. Okay. There are these. Purple. That's it. We continue like multiple purple, not okay. Break is over. Go back to work. If you're here to work, go back to work, okay? I'll check in with you later. I'll update you with everything is happening. Carol, you got this. Alright? Wait, go on. And he keeps doing with purple. Just purple. What happens? Oh, goodness. What? Oh, it's so laggy. There is the house. We got through the house. We saw that ending. Resignation. Oh, it could be here. You could also resign here. Like here you stay. Oh, you could stay there? We could have stayed there? And what happens after? Oh my god, the internet is so bad. Sorry, chat. We're gonna have to watch it at 7:20. No dogs ending? What the fuck? Why no dogs ending? What is it? Dead like that? With a fake person next to him? Oh my god. Sag. Okay. Then we have the understanding. How does it look like? Come on, give me the understanding. Okay. No, I don't think that is the internet. I think that is the graphic card then. following the sounds, I think. I think that here is following everything. Oh, 3 blue is the understanding we did that too. Oh, and purple at the end. 2 purples at the end. 3 purples at the end. How did someone came up with these combinations of color? Already forgot too. I would not have been able to do that. By the way, this is, to be honest, this is a very weird ending for this video game, isn't it? Like, it's weird. Like, we never had anything to do with like music and rhythm, and like, this is weird. Okay, I want to see what happens. Okay, you follow a lot of stuff, you do blah blah blah, and what happens? Da 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 da. But they are dead. Why am I thinking about them being back? They're not. There's still no fucking dog. They could have just so easily put in here the dog. I wonder why they didn't. I think that the creators hate dogs. Oh, they're gonna go die all together. Okay, fun. No, they go back to their house? Wait, hold on. Dog here? Maybe. Don't think so. It looks like everything is back to normal though. There's the dog! There is the dog! So there's the dog. They're back. Okay, this is the best ending done. I don't want to see anything else. I don't care about it. The last one we did it. I don't care about any other endings. That was it. That was the real ending for me. That's how it ended for me. That's how it ended for me. They're back together and the dog is alive. That's how it ended for me, for sure. That is the best explanation video you've seen of it. Let's see. I don't trust you, Jalford. I so don't trust you. I don't trust you. I am not gonna open that link. I'm not gonna open that link at all. At all. I'm not. I really am not opening that link, JJ. I'm not trusting. I don't want to be rickrolled. Oh, did you see? We got a VPN sponsorship. Did you see that? Did you see this fast car passing by? You will tribute yourself? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Sure. Wait, let me close the game. Just explains a little bit more about the doorway. I don't trust you, Jalford. I don't trust you. I don't trust you at all. Not even a tiny bit, you know? Not even a tiny bit. Hi, Floyd. Hello. What's up? You want to cuddle? Hey. Why I don't trust them? Okay, let's do this. If I open that link and I get scammed, okay, into a Rickroll, if I get scammed into one of those, Then we're gonna do 3 hours long tomatoes. And during breaks, we will be always be doing charades and story time. What do you think? Hi, Worry. I'm doing good. What are you? How are you doing? So, should I open the link? Should I open the link, chat? Tell me, should I open it? Should I open the link? So if I open it and there is a Rickroll, then that is what is gonna happen. Story time every single break. Story time every single break. Don't open it? Are you sure I should not open? Yeah? Let's go. Yes, please. Okay, I'm gonna click on the link, Jofford. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready, JJ. Where is it? Where is the link you just sent? I know it. Rickroll. Just said in the title. Be ready, chat. We're gonna be having story time every single break from the next future. I gotta go back to work. Yeah, sure, Jofford. Go back to... Yeah. Let's go, chat. We got story time. We achieved story time. Story time for the next month. Every single break. Congrats. Congrats, chat. Jumbo! Jumbo! Hello! Hi! How are you doing? How is it going? Hi! How are you doing? Hi, Jumbo! How is your day going? Thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Are you having a good break? Are you having a good break? Holy, I just got rickrolled intentionally. Just remember, chat, we're not forced to stay here and watch the stream. True, but still, I'll finally be a real streamer. Wait, what? What? Jumbo, I don't think you know what... I don't think you're really understanding what did you just sub to. What time is it? It's 4:30. I'm sub immediately. Wait, the cam is way too low. Did you... Nice, I put you on the screen. Run now that you still can, yeah. But you're my biggest fan. Yep. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Sure. Jumbo subscribed right when the channel is about to close. Shut up! Chat, it's still kind of early. It's only 4:30. Do you wanna play something chill? Do you wanna play some Valorant? What was the command to a sub and follow? Exclamation mark feet. That's the one, Jake. Exclamation mark feet. That's the one. Valorant is not chill though. I was... Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, that's the link. You click there and then you unsubscribe and unfollow. Not feet, not featuring, but feet like feet. There's nothing more chill than Valorant. Ari, would you be playing? If we play Valorant... no, I cannot play Valorant, chat. I cannot play Valorant. We cannot play Valorant because we have the... how is it called? I didn't put up the settings up. They're like 1080. And to play Valorant, we have to be 720. Unless... Like, until I get the new graphic card, which I'm going to be building tomorrow. I'm going to put it up tomorrow. Restart? I'm not going to restart. No, do you want to play unpacking? It might be something nice. It might be something nice that we could be doing. Just restart. Puzzles? How long is unpacking? I don't know. I think that it's more like you can stop whenever. Still need a hand with that GPU? No, thank you, Guaro. Thank you. Appreciate you. Is that I sure will be still here? Shut up, Stato. Shut up. Let's play a little bit of. I love that every day that we start like a stream, we have the. Every time that we start the stream, we finish a game every single time. Yes, I'm packing. Shall we go with that one? Duck G. And if you wanna go play, of course. Like, I mean, I don't have to tell you that. Okay, let me get it. I didn't get it either. But I always wanted to play it. What are we still have Limbo to play. Oh, did we play Limbo? No, it's about jumps and shit like that. I'm not gonna be playing Limbo. I'm not gonna be playing Limbo. Where is unpacking? I feel like with unpacking, I'm gonna cry. Did I play Stray? No, I haven't. No, I haven't yet. It's in my wish list, though. It's in my wish list. We didn't. No. There's some discounts and stuff. Unpacking is cute. Okay, let's go with that one. Who can restart her streaming? Shut up, bicho! Why? Why do you have to be mean? I will need cookies to start though. I will need cookies. Call my mom? Don't call my mom. What the heck? Don't call my mom if you can. Okay, while we wait for it to download, I'm gonna be... Wait, where is it? Unpacking. There we go. A shortcut. No, it's just... It's not even a gigabit. We have no timer. I fucked up. Chat. I did have lunch. I fucked up. I didn't put the... I removed the timer. Can someone tell me how much time do they still have on the timer? On the timer for the focus time? Cookie time. Yes. By the way, it's already downloading. Okay, let me go get myself a snack. I'll be right back. Do you want to see clips? Watch a little bit of clips. I'll be right back. How you feeling? Can you hear it? Can you hear the birds outside? Livdia, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Listen. Nice, right? Yeah, it is already break time. But I know Automaniac, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Hi. Oh, you're being late too much now. I'm being late? What do you mean? It's 11:08. I'm not late. I'm Italian on time. It's Thursday. Sorry for scaring you. I didn't mean to. Hi, Henaki, I think. Hi, Effective Highs. Because you say bullshit. What did you say? Alright, you're getting banned. You're just a pain in the ass. Anyway, G making condition, yes. How are them, Papa?
Sono casarecce e si sente tutto.
Oh, thank you. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! What was happening in that clip? I don't hear the clips. I never forced my dad giving me compliments for my food. Never did that. Wait, no. Alright. Hi. I guess we have a break. Break time! We have a break time! Okay. Why do we already have this? Okay. Is this Barbie? No, it is not Barbie. Shut up. It's unpacking. It's gonna be chill. It's like a story. From America! We had a problem with the timer. Sorry, Carol. Chat, if you were studying, if you were working, come back. Get yourself some water. Even if you're not working and study, get yourself some water. Maybe I'm gonna get myself water. I agree with you, Binary. Get yourself water, Carol. Let me get water. I'll be right back, okay? I'm back. Yeah, no, I eat the chips with a chopstick so I don't get my fingers dirty. So then I can keep playing. Alright. Shall we start? This G. I like the big G. Let's start. This is gonna be a chill one. I eat any chips with chopsticks if I have to do something right after. Wait, the camera is being a bit weird. Let me fix that. Oh, alright. My book. This game is called Unpacking. It's gonna be very, very chill. It's gonna be about us unpacking boxes and like going through the life of someone. Well, oh, we have a ball. I would put like the ball, you know, on the ground. A backpack should go here. Wait, what? Oh, here. A trophy? Trophy goes all the way. No, actually, I like it here. Pencils and stuff. Here. Maybe here. There we go. A ruler. Let's put it here. Change the name and category? Alright. Unpacking. There we go. What else do we have? Oh, we have a secret diary. Diary should be like hidden somehow, like, right? Let's put it there. No. Can we put it like under the bed or like something? I'd love to have it like on the bed, you know, like we're can I put it under the pillow? I can. Oh, nice. So sweet. More colors. I'll put like the colors here, I would say. Oh, we have a desk down there. Hold on, we have a desk. We need this one here. Here, and this one here. Okay. A little thing that we draw. Oh, this one goes here. No, here. Here. A little bookish. Let's put it here. What is this? Is this a game? Let's put it here. I think that this game is like... What is this? What is this? What is that? A rattle? Oh, a spinner? Wait, can I also put... Oh, I can also put stuff in there? Let's put the games in there. Right? Ruler might be here. Oh, we have a Rubik's Cube here. A bin. We're gonna put it under the desk. A big game. Let's put a big game in there. Another big game. Let's put it up there. I really find it... It's super cozy. What is procedure? Is that the one with the doctor and that goes like beep beep on their nose? I don't think that this is for OCD people. Oh! I put this one in here and also the colors. Another book that we're gonna put here. Little scissors that we're gonna put also in here. Do you fit in here? No, you don't? Okay. Maybe we can keep the colors out and the scissors in here. This one still in there. Oh, a big dragon! Let's put it on the bed, like here maybe, on the side. Perfect game. Where's the fun? It's just about like, it's relaxing, you know? I'm training for when I find my apartment. What is this? Can I open you? No, just paper. Let's put it here. Okay. Another book. Book of Dracula. What is this? What was this book? About something. Let's put it here. Actually, all of them. All the smallest ones there. Another one here. Oh, a Game Boy. Let's put it there. Who had a Game Boy back in the days? I didn't have it. My sister had the Game Boy Color. And I was using her. And I could only use the games that she liked. For me, my most iconic game is definitely Bugs Life. Oh, Zetra Formica. Oh, no, maybe Bugs Life. Bugs Life. I hated it. It was all about like jumping and like being synchro and then landing in the right place and all of that. Game Boy Advance? Oh, you were young. Magikarp, what is my favorite Pokemon? Oh, of course Magikarp, but what are we talking about? Oh, this... We can put it here, like, as holding books. We can take pictures? Oh, I don't really care about taking pictures. Oh, we can take it and then put it in the room? Oh, no, I think that maybe... I don't know if we can put it in the room after. No. Nice! Let's take it. Oh no, it's a screenshot. I don't really... Yes, I don't really care. I thought we could have it like to put it some places. No. A torch that we're gonna put in here. Another big book. A little thingy that we're gonna put right here. Well, this one is gonna be there. The ropes to jump here. Oh, we have just one last one. Another book. It doesn't fit in there. Oh, we have to put it down here. Oh, Froggy. We put it here. We put the Froggy there. A teeny tiny thing. Where should I? Maybe up here. Oh, all these things are gonna go up here. Oh, it's... This is... Okay, so... This is C. Her name starts with a C. To be honest, my favorite Pokemon is Sentret. Right? Break time? No. Focus time. People, if you were taking a break, Karo, if you were taking a break, it's time to get back to work. I can put this one on the wall? Oh! Nice! So many things I didn't know. Okay. Put it like that. The third. No, the Sentret. Isn't it the one with the big tail? Isn't it? Anyway, if you have to work, good luck on that, alright? I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Get yourself water and stretch before studying, alright? Bye. Okay. You see, I would not like to have all of these things up here, though. Like, they're... Let's put the... This one has to go with the other horse. This one... There. A Tamagotchi? Oh, this kid is rich. Another one? A ducky? Oh, it doesn't fit there. Oh. Then you're gonna go up there, I guess. Oh, pork. Oh, that makes sense. This makes sense. Who had a Tamagotchi back then? I never understood how it worked. Like, there was me getting my Tamagotchi every 2 days, and there were my friends that their Tamagotchi had kids, and then they were like grandparents, and I knew everything. I knew nothing about them. Oh. Oh, there's so many things. This room is too stuffed. There's too many things. We cannot put everything in there. Let's put that one there. Let's put this one there. We can put this one in there. No, it doesn't fit. Well, I'd rather have this one up here than these ones. I don't like these ones. Get there. One more book. Another book. Another book. That should go up there because it's among the tall ones, but it's fine. We're finished. So this is our lady. I think it's a girl. I don't want to misgender them. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't think that is also like... It's not about that, but... I don't know. Can we also put something under? No. Continue. Okay. This is a basic first room, isn't it? Finally, my own room. Oh, that's sweet. This is like the room that you get when you're like, you've been living with your sister or brother. The goal, Ashran, is to get through the story unpacking stuff, and it's more like a chill game. There's not like a goal. No, it's like everything can fit in the room. You can just put it on the floor. Who cares? You know? It could be the room of anyone, but it's May 1997. 1997. I wanna close that one. May 1997. And this person just got their own room. After years of staying with their little brother, they're being so annoying. Every time they were like crying in the middle of the night and they would have to wake up to. Annoying. So annoying. I can see myself in this. Like, the only thing is like when I was, yeah, I know. I had my room with my sister, right? And she was bigger than me. Oh, 2004. Oh, it's the first, like, college room already? I was like living with my, having a room with my sister, and then she was the one that moved away. Like she went to another room. A poster? Oh man, you're a sad person to have this bad color, the poster. She was the first one that had her own big room, and I was so envy. What is this? Are these collars? Do we have a little drawer there? No. This is such a small room. It's such a small room. There's more colors. Maybe we can put them here. Like pens. Another big book. Another big book. We already did that. Okay. Can we open the windows or something? Oh, we can zoom out. Oh, okay. No, this is... Wait, we also have a bathroom? We also have a bathroom to unpack. Oh my god. We also have a kitchen? Oh, this is a student. Okay, so they moved to uni and this is their like teeny tiny apartment. Teeny tiny apartment. Okay, let's see what else do we have. We have more pens. Also, we went to our art. I think we went to our art school. Is this a book? Yeah, it's another book. I think we went to another art school. Oh, mouse, of course. We need this right here. And a mouse pad. Can we... Okay. A ruler is gonna go up there. Oh, this diary. Oh, is this an agenda? Maybe not a diary, right? This is more like a... things to do. A big old book. Also up here. And this among the tall ones. Another box done. What do we... This is a tall shape. Oh, the actual computer. Alright. Alright. Don't you put books by size? You don't? Oh, girl. You could... I don't know why I'm saying that it's a girl, but for me, I don't know. I'm giving my own backstories to this, but you could have left this one at home, to be honest. And also this one, what are they gonna think of? Oh my god, how can you go to uni with a... Oh, this one needs to go to the bathroom. This one needs to go to the bathroom. Right there. There's no behind there? No. Don't judge them. I'm not gonna judge them, but I mean, is this color or... I think that it's toothpaste, right? No, not in there, like there. Okay. Oh. Oh, we're not gonna put it there. I'm not judging them, but come on. Oh yeah, she definitely went to the art school. Otherwise she would not... They would not have this one, right? Oh, look at the... Oh, I wish I could put it like... Oh, well, we can put it there. Oh, jeans. I would... Oh, we cannot hang them? I would put them in here. A shoe? What is this? Are these disc? Disc. Oh, another shoe. Oh, a boot! I like them. I like them. I dig this style. Where's the other one? Man, you... Where's the other boot? Oh, oh! Okay. Okay. I don't know what you think, but for me, underwear is always in the first one. Oh no. Oh, always first drawer, and you have to put bras like that so you can see all of them. Okay. Oh, she kept her Game Boy color. She kept her Game Boy color. Can I put this? I don't like this. It's all not placed in the right place. Well, let's put it there. She kept the Game Boy color. Oh no. You could have left it at home. You could have left it at home. Oh, that's a demon bug. Did you see that? Oh, a rubber or eraser. Where? What? Oh, we can place this one here, maybe inside the... Oh, maybe in there. In there. Oh, that fits perfectly. Look at that. That fits... I don't know if we can access to it. Not really important. Are these socks or underwear? Any case, I think I'm gonna put you in there. Oh, they're underwear. Then let me put them... They're not in the right direction. Oh. Oh, maybe they were. Oh, wait. This one... You misplaced this one. This one goes in the kitchen. These are socks. Oh, we don't have any more space. I have to put them here. So we're gonna have to put the jeans there. Oh. I don't know. I don't even know. Oh, the Rubik's Cube. But I don't know if you... Oh, okay. We do have... Wait, let's do this, actually. No, I'm not gonna... Oh, it doesn't fit there. I wanted to put there. Wait, do you think that I can do, like... on this one top? No, it doesn't work like that. Okay, never mind. The Rubik's Cube. They're pretending to be smart. In here. Oh, what is this? A dance t-shirt. Oh my goodness, we have to work on that. We have to work on our style, I have to be honest. I think we can go like this. And here we put the posters. Right? More panties makes sense. Okay. Oh, the bag. Oh, we haven't even checked what there is. Like, there. Oh, the MP3 should be in the box. Well, let's put it on the bed. We don't have a lot of space. Not even a... Oh, I like this shirt. Oh, I like this t-shirt too. More jeans. One on top of each other, I would say. Oh, the piggy bank. They kept it. Oh, there is a side one. There is a side one. Oh, I didn't notice that one. Another t-shirt. I mean, I think that we can fold these t-shirts, right? These ones we fold them. That one we keep them. No. Mom, this is gonna be hidden. We're gonna hide that there. We're going to a uni. We can... Okay. Oh, you're still doing sports? You're still doing sports. That's amazing, actually. We don't have any more space to put books and stuff. Oh, maybe you can... Oh. Let's wait. Okay. Okay. We can put the agenda in here, and this one we can put it here. Like that. Makes sense. I'm not judgmental, but come on! I would like to put it like on the computer. Oh, we can put it there, actually. That is cool. Can we put that there? No. I'm not being judgmental. It's just like, come on. That was not needed. It was really not needed. Wait. I wanna... Okay. Like this. Okay. Where there's no keyboard. Wait, is this the keyboard? No, it is not the keyboard, right? You forgot the keyboard at home? Oh, the alarm clock. There we go. By the way, I'll put this one in before, I would say. Another t-shirt. Another t-shirt. Oh, okay. We have the pile of nice t-shirt. Pile of like... Wait, I want to see. This one goes here. These are like the big ones. They're like big t-shirts. They have this fit. This one goes in the nice t-shirts. These are like the ones that you sleep with. These ones are the ones that you go out. And this one like the normal day ones. This one again because I couldn't miss. Girl, you brought too many things. You don't need all of it. But wait. 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 Let me close the door. Wait, does this mean that she has been to London and Paris? London and Paris? It's like, oh, it's another time. Oh, this is her PJ. PJ goes up there. PJ goes up there. Yeah, fold it. Oh, no, baby. Actually, you know what? I usually put my PJ under the pillow. I don't know if you do the same. Alright, we're gonna hang that. You know what? No, we're gonna put this one hidden. You're not gonna wear that. Is another PJ? Oh, that's another PJ. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You can put it there. More socks or panties. Panties. Oh, dude, we're not gonna be able to fit all of them here, you know? You keep the PJ under your pillow too, right? Oh, toilet paper. Wrong place. This goes in the bathroom. There we go. One more book. We can put it up here. We don't have any more space. Oh, wait. Let's put this one up here. And also these ones. These are gonna catch so much dust in here. But it's... whatever makes you happy, I guess. No, that one cannot go there. You see, this one is a large fit, so we put it in the large fit t-shirts. One more pair. I think we're done. Nice. Wait, I cannot put that one there. Can I put the ball there? Okay. I mean, not too bad. Not too bad. Let's go to the bathroom. I think that would be nice. Is it a thing under the pillow? You don't? You don't put your PJ under the... It's a rule, right? She forgot the keyboard at home. She did, actually. You did when you were a kid and you don't anymore? Where do you put your Where do you put it? That one goes there. A little soap goes there. Oh, another question. You don't do that? It will be another pack? Okay, maybe, yeah, most probably. They go in the closet, but when you wake up in the morning, you sleep naked? What? After where do you put your PJ after, like, you wake up in the morning, you do your bed? Where do you put your PJ? Where do you put it? I don't sleep under the pillow. There we go. I don't do my bed. Oh my god. Oh, the other end. Let's put it in here. I wish we had like a cool place to, you know, to fit out all our stuff. Like a drawer or something. Shampoo goes in here. First kit goes back there. Bra, you forgot a bra? We don't have more we don't have space in here. Oh my goodness, we have to move all of these and the one under. No. This is actually real life kind of unpacking. Then this one goes under there. Can we put it over? No. Oh, one more here? No, they should go like here. No, here. More toilet paper. Oh, it should go under. But there's not enough space. Where do we put everything? No. Where do we put everything? Oh. Oh, this one should be hanged there. Oh, pads. True, she's going to uni. She. Oh, this is a small bin that goes here. Here. A pan? Okay. Wait, you cannot put the toilet paper here. It's gonna get wet. You cannot put it here. It has to go under there. Over the toilet, up here? Makes sense, to be honest. Makes more sense there than anywhere else. Done. A little bit here, I would say. The pin should be in the back. Oh, and I have another question, chat. How many of you, like, when you brush your teeth, when you have to drink the water with the, like, the, you know, the, and then, like, spit, how, do you use the cup? Do you use the cup? I wish, Maxwell, I wish. Do you use that? No, you don't? No, no, no. Wait, what do you mean I'm not a kid? Not even when I was a kid I was using that. So what is that? Wait. Oh. Oh. But in the US they do, right? In the US they do. Yeah, I agree. Is there oh, so is it just in my brain that I thought like some people had the cup to like all in Hollywood movies, right? Let's go for the kitchen. Oh, a mug, we can have it here. No, I will put it here because it's like short. There, and the other place we can put taller things. Oh, coffee for espresso. Oh my gosh, she's gonna do her first espressos. Oh my god. Oh, this one, I don't want to put it in front of the faucets. Wait, let's put the toast. Wait, you stay there for a second. Let's put the toaster in front of that. Here, this one goes here. Yeah. You drink from the tap? Same. I think that there would be such an hassle to have them up there, right? Maybe here. By the way, if you are a student and you have only few things in your house, you can easily live with just a bowl. Just a bowl. Nothing else. Nothing else. You don't need more than a bowl. Can I put them on top of each other? No. Maybe I can put them. Let's see what else do we have, because bowls. Oh, Caro, you should be working. We have. Oh wait, there is not like a. Oh, there we go. This one goes. Forks on the left, knives on the right. Small. Those ones there. Oh, there is not like a little. Oh, here, down there, here. Soap goes here. What do you mean, who would ever stack bowls on plates? Me, if you don't have enough space. Man, if you don't have enough space, how are you gonna do? Oh. Oh, what? Oh my god, we also have this one. Where? Wait. How are we gonna... You also got this? My girl, you're fancy. What the heck? This is such a fancy thing to have. For like a student? I've never had that. Maybe Cookie can go there. I don't like it. Oh, I can put things on the top, but I don't want, like, I want them to be reachable, you know? Plus, if you put things here, they're gonna be so dusty. Oh, this is like a grill. Maybe we can actually keep it down here, and when we need it, we take it out. Oh, this one goes. Can we put it hang? No. Oh shit. We don't have enough space. We don't have space for all of these things. Why are you being so fancy? I don't like them to be there open like that. Maybe I'd rather have it like down here, this one. It is not pretty. Is this oil? Oil for cooking? Oh, this is for, these are those ones, right? You would put on the top shelf, like this one here. Maybe you're right. This one goes definitely down here with the things for the insects. Oh, more sponges go down there. The spatula goes there. Oh, one is done. What else do we have? The keyboard! We have it. We have it. Oh, wait. What is the problem here? Okay. Oh, that one was the problem. Okay, we put that one there. Actually, we can put that one there too. Okay, we found it. We found it. Is that a custom keyboard? Cookie, don't Cookie on the floor. We can put. It doesn't fit there. Does it? Oh my god. It's back to my issues when I was like, I would put it maybe here. Am I gonna put it there? So this one can fit there, and this one can fit there. Okay, I like it. One more plate. So many more things. You see a tall glass, maybe there. Oh. We might want to be careful with this. We cannot like put it on the wall, no? And that, I don't know, wooden spoon couldn't be missing. Oh, more tools go in there. The sponge goes there. Even the boiler? You're too fancy. Wait, this one maybe has to go like closer to the, you know, cooking situation. Even the boiler? Man, I was not. Oh, the other boot. I forgot. Yes, true. We were missing a boot. Where do we? Where? I guess we're gonna have to keep the shoes outside there. We're gonna keep them there here because you know we keep them putting them on and off. Like it's fine. This is the door, so we put them there. Boots goes there. They're rich. Oh, this is a peeler. I never had all of these things when I was like in my first school, like first year at college. Never. Oh, a small plate. Even small plates? Small plates are fancy. This one should go. Oh, so we're missing like a cup, I guess. This one should go next to these. You know, like the small ones goes with that. Oh, the salt. Salt with that. Oh my, they didn't fit there. Okay. This, I guess, is coffee? Of Scottex. Where do we... I would put it on the counter, but there's no more space. Student loans, baby. Or finally the spoons. Okay. Yeah. I know that they're not in the right spot. I don't like them either, and there's no point to like point them out to me. Maybe we can do like this one here, these ones here, this one's here. So like we have those ones together. Like I like them to be cups next to the, like they have to be closer to their little plates, right? Can you put cups in other rooms? No, we're not putting cups in other rooms. Then we have coffee with sugar. I don't like the cookie here. And you should not be here. You should be like hidden somewhere. I know. Fridge? Oh, nothing in the fridge. Well, you know who has never kept their own things on the stove right there. There's, but then we haven't put anything there. Oh my goodness, this is such a pain. What if we put these ones there? Mugs here. Also the espresso one. Small plates here, because we're not gonna use them that often. And we put here all the things for cooking, so you can reach them easily, you know? Coffee there and sugar here. You know, that's actually how I would use it in real life. I cannot put the small plates on top of the big ones. Otherwise I would have. So this one, I wish I could put that one there. Wait, maybe I can put... No? Maybe I can put this one here and this one here. Oh! How don't you fit in there? Oh! Just because you want to be like this? Oh, you're such a pain. Okay, you're gonna go in there. Nice. I think we're cool, right? Hang? Wait, can I hang it? I don't think that I can. Wait, maybe if I don't hang this one? Oh! Ah! This looks nice. What did we do wrong? Oh, why don't you like it here? Oh, it was a bit too much in the middle. We're done. Do we like it, chat? Do we like it? This is sweet. I don't like these. I wish it. Oh, they cannot stay hidden. They have to stay outside. Okay. Oh wait, what if I put these ones in? Put them out. Come on, let me hide them. Come on. Oh my god. It's part of the story, I guess. She has to show them out. So do we like them? How about these posters maybe a bit? The point is like to have them, but then it's not like you're gonna show them all the time. I like it. I like our first. I like our very first house. Nice. This is January 2004. I have to cook for myself? Oh. Same feeling. This was our room before and now I have to cook for myself. Approved. What happened? 3 years after. So like at the end of uni. Oh, she's doing arts like she's doing like with clothes. And she's into video games. Wait, is she living with other people? Wait, is she living with other people? Hold on. I think so. There's stuff that is not hers. Like, she would not be into insects, right? She would not be into insects. A better... I don't know if it's a better room. Maybe a bit bigger. 1, 2. Yes, she's living with someone else. She's living with someone else. Definitely, right? So she's moving in with this person. Oh, maybe you don't... Oh, shit. Oh my god, they're leaving everything in there. Oh. Oh, so this is how they put their stuff and we have to adapt to it. So we're going out with someone that is into, like, video games, insects. Oh, we can see the... Oh, there you go. There we go, we can see. This is a... So there are 3 people. One is into video games. Or like maybe it's for 3 people. Because there's 3 controllers, right? So one is like doing fashion design. Another one is doing fashion design. One is into insects. Then there is us. Okay, let's see what do we bring with us. Okay, notebook, makes sense. What is this? Is it a drawing? Oh yeah, true, because we are drawing. We cannot hang it anywhere? Yeah. Oh, let's put them one next to each other. Yeah, that makes more sense. More like... Actually, I'd like it to be like this. I don't know how messy it will be. We still have more colors! Let's put them in here. No, we cannot. We still have our colors! All of them. We didn't lost any. Oh no. Pin it to the board? Wait, you're right. Yes! I can pin it to the board. More colors. Nice. We still have the colors that we had before. You remember? We already had the gray ones. Even more? A rubber? Makes sense. Oh, these are the ones that we have from the very first... I think that is... Wait, is that... Oh, no. I wanted to see if that was the same one that we have the pencil. I'm forgetting the computer. Oh, shit. We have the computer. Oh, shit. We have the computer. Oh, no. I want to make it like an artistic room. I was already so ready to make it an artistic room. I guess fair enough, right? They still have to use computers. What is this? Notes? Like to do things? Okay. More notebooks. Oh, there is no nightstand. Where do we put... So there is no nightstand. Where do we put the alarm clock? Up there? Oh, postcards. That looks like Venice. That looks a little bit like Venice. Oh, that is the Colosseum. So she's... And this is Florence. So she's been to Paris, London, and Florence, and Italy. Oh, she still has her MP3. Oh, nice. Oh, I'll put it in here just to make it tidy. I agree, Lappa. I agree. Oh! She's into Dungeons and Dragons? Oh, this is for drawing? Oh, fuck, I forgot. She needs... Okay, let's put that one there. Let's put this one there. She's into Dungeons and Dragons, most probably. I hope there is no keyboard. Ah! Shit! Where do you usually, like, do you put it there or you put this one there, right? Early break for you? It's fine, Carol. Take a rest. Oh, and, oh, this is our agenda. Right? For the things to do. Oh, where do we put the colors? But then we don't fit anything else. Nothing else fits then. Wait, can we put stuff up there maybe? Not this one. Maybe this one? Maybe this one we can put it. No. We can put that one there. Oh, a post. Oh, this is from before. 3 miles home. Out here. Okay. Another hanger. Oh. Okay. Oh, pants. Can we hang them? Okay. Oh, there is no thing. Oh, there is. We might gonna, you know, put them like this. We'll see. Another pair. A frisbee? Oh man, but can we put it up there? No, we're gonna put it up there. Let's put it under the bed. All right. What is this? What is this? What is this? What is it? A shoe? That's a weird looking shoe. A shoe for what? A rock climbing shoe, right? Oh, a rock climbing shoe. Oh yeah, this is the one that you used to like put the white thing on your hands to then climb. Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, brass. Okay, let's go back to brass. They look the same as the ones that we had before, but that's fine. The bag goes in there. Oh, sorry. Let's hang this one in here. Let's put the pants on one side, I would say. Oh my god. Okay, this is complicated. No. Okay. We got this. I put the shoes the opposite way? Oh. Okay, are they better? This one should also be hanged, right? This one is also cute. I would also hang it. Oh my god, you still brought this one? Oh, okay. Wait, what? Is it for your job? Wait, she's working somewhere. She's working in a restaurant. We put these like somewhere. We put these like here. She works somewhere. That's not Hooters. Oh, she plays like, this is for yoga or shit. Oh, the PJ. She brought back the ugly PJ. This is not even the same one. How many PJs do you have? Girl! You still have this t-shirt, by the way? Oh, this is for the bathroom. This is supposed to be... But there's already one. We don't really need another one, but I mean, okay, if you don't wanna share that one. She goes for the weights also. Oh my gosh, she's becoming one of those girls. Oh. We don't have any more space for books. Shit. Okay, we'll keep that one there. Oh, we don't have space for books. Maybe we can put that up there. And also that one. Oh, she upgraded it! No more game color. She has a... How is that called? Yeah, I know I can put the PJ under the pillow. I want to see which one is the best one to put that one under there. Advance! The Game Boy Advance. You're right. That was Game Boy Advance. And these are all the games? Oh my god. She even has like the holder of the games. She's rich. I think that this is like an important book. I'm gonna keep it there. I like that colors. Wait, isn't it like maybe I can put like a book and this one over it? No. Never mind. Oh, this is for the job. We put it there. More underwear. Here. There. What do you have a carrot underwear? Socks. I'll put them down here. A small book. We can fit it there. More underwear. And those were socks still. Underwear. Bras. Oh, another shoe. Maybe we can. Oh, we can put them here. These ones. Oh, the boots. You still have them? Good. Oh, more shoes. I've never seen a dress. I've never seen a dress. Wait, I think that these ones should be hanged. And in that one. And the skirt too. Oh, another one for the job. Oh, there's a small t-shirt, small t-shirt pile. Oh, we don't have any more hangers. Maybe we can put the cute t-shirts here. Oh, here and here. There's no place for our jacket? No. Well, I'm gonna hang it. What else? Oh, done with this one? Ciao, Snorlaxino. Maybe she has a lot of help from her parents. Probably. You still have this guy with you. Girl, you're at the 3rd year. Oh, what is this? You even got like a master degree or something? Like oh my goodness. And you're still... No, I'd like it here, like this. And you're still... No, here. More underwear. Don't give me more bra because I don't have space for bra. Oh, the computer. Oh shit. We cannot put it. Wait, what? I cannot put it. I don't. What? I cannot put a computer under the desk. I want to put it under the desk. Let me put it under the desk. Oh, am I supposed to put it here? Oh yeah, I'm supposed to put it there. I'm gonna put that one there. Oh, more underwear. Oh, then down here. What is this one? I wanna see it. Oh, it's large t-shirt. Oh, files. Can we put it under the desk? Shit, where do we put... Oh, there. Wait, we couldn't put the computer there? No. Okay, never mind. More underwear. Another... Can we put... Listen, don't lie to me. You can put more than one skirt on the hanger. Come on. Okay. Oh, we're done? Oh, wait, let me keep a skirt there. And I'm gonna keep this other one. This one is like newer. We're gonna put that one there. Pants go there. All the things for the job go up there. This one go... This is the shelf for the ugly stuff. And this is the one for... Oh, this is an outfit. We're gonna go like this. Nice. Sì, è vero, Snorlax. Come stai? Oh, fuck. Wait! She forgot the pieces of the PJ. Okay, first of all, this PJ is not bad. We're gonna put it under the pillow. I agree. I approve it. Oh, you cannot see the shelf for the ugly stuff? Wait. this is the shelf for the... With the job stuff, this is the shelf for ugly stuff. I'm gonna keep the PJs there just to... Wait, can I put you up here? Okay. I'm gonna keep the PJs here just to wait for the others. Really? How can you put... No, you just pin them. Like, you pin them together. You're like... With these things, you just pin the two of them together, no? No, Snorlax, non è per quello. Perché quando ho iniziato a streamare stavo studiando e lavorando in inglese, quindi mi è venuto in inglese. Ma non penso assolutamente che Twitch Italia sia una merda, anzi. Okay, so we have to fit our stuff in here with them. I have a book, if you don't mind me putting it here, you know? I have another book. Another book. This is gonna be my side of the shelf. Oh, I have the same kind of thing, so I'm gonna put them together with yours there. This one goes up. Yeah, no, it's, yeah. Oh, she likes red pandas? Okay, we brought back the thing from Paris, makes sense. Oh, this one has been following us since always, you know that, right? Maybe I'd like that in our bedroom, not in there with all the other people's, you know? Oh, and this is from Italy! This is the one from Italy! Another mini book. Oh, this is a... Oh, this is a... Oh, where do we put this one? Oh, shit, we don't have space. Wait, let me... This one should go here. And this one should go there. Oh. No, maybe not. They're not the same. Okay. What else do we have? Oh, shit. Okay, you can... Each one of them has one puppet. Torre di Pisa, yes. A chicken. Oh wait, chicken could go here. It was a short one. A mini chicken. Wait, chicken. A mini. Oh, we cannot put them together. It's fine. This one I wanted in her room, actually. This one I liked it. Oh, I can change the pose. Oh. Oh. We got a sticker. Hi, Nathan. More pictures. That's it. Okay, living room. Oh my god, the living room is a mess. We need to get out of this house though. Like, I already see, like, I don't know. We're living with a freaking tarantula. Break time? Chat. Okay, I didn't ding dong in chat. Ding dong in chat. Ding dong in chat. Ding dong in chat. If you were studying, if you were working, it's time to take a little bit of a break, alright? Take a rest. Take a rest with us. Take a rest with us. Break time, break time, break time. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Let me put break. Come back. If you were working and you're coming back, tell us. I want to ask you how are you doing. I want to remind you to get water and all of that. Tell me if you're back now. How many of you were actually working during this? That's fine, Kara. You did amazing. Yeah, it's Snorlax. No time for breaks? Oh, no. Okay. Yes, I'm resting. You're missing all the fun? It's completely fine, JJ. No worries. Go for it. I'll tell you everything. You started working 20 minutes ago? Wait, I don't want to stand up to get my glasses. I'm going to use the ugly ones. No, Masri, go work. Don't be scared of missing out. I'll tell you everything that happened. If you're coming back, so we had... If you're coming back right now, let me see if I can see album. So if you're coming back right now, we've been through our first room when we were kids. In 1997, our first room. We moved to the uni and we had a very teeny tiny kind of apartment. And now we moved in with 2 more people. Oh, no. We moved in with 2 more people. How do I go back to play? How do I... Oh, I click on it? Okay. And we're trying to fit our stuff in it. It's a bit complicated, to be honest. But, wait, I don't like it there. Let's put it here. Let's have our own shelf. Oh shit, she brought this fucking thing here too. Oh my god, just put it there. Oh my god, that is so ugly. That is the wait, oh. How, where do we fit this? Oh, here? Okay. Oh, another one. Oh. Oh, we don't have space. Let's put it with the nice things. These are the nice things. Okay. Done. You finished it? Did you like it, Mew Mew? Oh, Zelda? What the fuck? Oh, we have our own controller. And our own game? Oh, we brought controllers for friends. Oh wait, these are games, right? These are all games. Wait, were these also games? No, these are books, right? Yes. Another game. A fluffy blanket. This is stained, but that's fine. Nintendo GameCube? Is that it? Is that what it is? Wait, maybe we can put them like this. Oh no. Okay, never mind. Then this book. Where do I put this book? I don't want to put it there. Like, if there's only video games there. I don't want to. There's no more space. There's no more space. I don't want only video games there. Oh! I can put it there. Nice. Another one? Oh, ballet or something like artistic? Oh. Okay, we can put it here, I guess. We're taking a lot of space. Oh, the pan that goes in the kitchen. For later. Another book. Another book. Oh, wait, we brought the game! We still had this one when we were... We had this one when we were little, do you remember? No. Did we? Maybe not. Maybe we did not. Maybe we had another game. It was like the one with the doctor when we were little, maybe. Oh my god. This house is a mess, though. It's actually like... It's an actual student's apartment, I can say. Oh, we can put it here. Okay. My own mug. I'm gonna put it with the mugs of the others. The towel. Do we have a place where we store towels? Oh, here. I can put mine also. I don't care sharing. Oh, another. Oh. We're gonna figure it out where to put that one later. 1, 2. Where do... Oh, here. This one can go here. Oh, we can put this one here. Oh, here. Oh, cookie box! We brought it back. And sugar? Where do you keep the sugar? Oh, we can put there. Oil? Is there a place where you put oil? Oh, no, wait. Sugar goes here. Sorry, I don't want to be like the new one that already like thinks that the entire house is theirs, you know? I don't mind understanding how you use the spaces. Oh, I can put my knife. Can I put it in here? No? I'll find a place for that. This is so dumb how this game is so fun to play. It's nice, right? It's chill. What is this? Oh! For the fridge! Wait, have we been to Australia too? Is that why we have a koala? Maybe not, maybe it's just pretty. No, not usually. Not usually. Oh, I'm bringing back my bowls. Oh, we broke a few. Oh. Oh, my bottle. Where can I put my bottle for when we go out? I'm gonna put it down there. I brought my pen. If you need pens, I got it. I brought my pen. A towel? This is for the bathroom. Oh, we brought this one with us. Nice. They're gonna... I would love if like someone new came into my house and they had this one. We can put this one in there. A cookie. I think that cookie can go here with sugar. Right? Oh, the one to kill things. Let's put it down there. Are we like struggling with bugs all the time that we need that? More sponges here. Okay, maybe I would have put like What if I can fit that one? I can fit that one there and this one there. Oh. We made also the kitchen. Where's our boiler? Did we break it? Oh, let's look at the bathroom. Oh, look at that. There's very two different people. You can see, I think that those two people are gonna fight soon. Because like, look at, like one has like teeny tiny puddles on it. Oh, the little big chunks of stuff out of their arms. I can see clearly that soon there will be a fight. This is my tooth. Oh, you see, one is not even putting their toothbrush in there. I'm putting mine up there. I have also mine. I can put it in there. My razor. Oh, can I put it here with you? No? Oh, okay, I can put it up there. It's not a problem. Oh, this is theirs? I think the second one is mine. Yeah. Wait, one is a guy because there's a razor. And the other one is a girl because there's like a makeup and all of that. Okay. Okay, I'm learning about my roommates. One is a man, 100%. Nail clipper, hairbrush. Some makeup that I'm gonna put up here if you don't mind, I hope. What is this? Pills? Let's put some pills there. That one there. My perfume is gonna go in there. Oh, this is too. Oh, scratch my back. Okay, I'm gonna. Oh, I have the same shampoos and stuff since always. Oh, my pads down there. What is this? Oh, more pads. Oh, this is like to, if the bathroom stinks. There we go. What are we missing? Oh, bedroom. What there is that you don't like? This one you don't like it? Why not? Oh, we didn't put a... Wait, did we forget? Oh my god, we lost the t-shirt and the pants of this pajama, so we're just putting them together. Alright, I guess. Alright. This book has to go... I'm gonna put it there. Oof. Be ready. I'm so curious to see what will happen. Chad, is there something that you want to modify? I'm so curious to see what is gonna happen. Because I so can see like the roommates having a fight. They're gonna have a fight for sure. For sure. The game is called Unpacking. Look. Who knows? Yeah, right. The next one maybe is their apartment. Oh my god, I'm so curious. Shall we go? Shall we go? Are we ready to continue? Yes? Let's go. Let's go. Oh, we couldn't... No, wait! Wait, you remember? Game nights just got more convenient. Yes, but wait, we forgot something. The D&D dice, we could have put it like in here. There's like the D&D stuff. We could have put it here, like just to play with them, you know? This makes more sense. This makes more sense. Nice, so we can share that. No, I clicked on it again. I'm stupid. I'm stupid, chat. Sorry. Sorry. Nice. Okay, what is happening? 3 years after. Holy fucking shit! This is a cool apartment. Wait, we're living with someone? Oh no, fuck. No way. No way. No, wait. No. We moved in with a guy. This is us. Do we know? How do we... Who is this? Is this the insect guy? No, this is our insect. Okay, this is our insect. No, because I thought it was the insect guy. I thought it was the insect guy. That's why I didn't like it. Okay, no, it's fine. Wait, I can move stuff? That's so sweet that I can move stuff. Chat, we can move stuff. It means that like we are actually in our place. Before we couldn't move other people's stuff. This is not mine. These things are like not mine, you know? Before we couldn't touch nothing. Here we can like move things around. Okay, I like this guy. I like the view. The view is so fucking sick. The view is sick. Okay, wait. Let me get some more water because I need it because I'm super hyperventilating. Wait. I'll be right back. Look at the room. Look at the clouds. What is this? Oh, the ties. Okay, wait. Hold a second. They're coming back. Oh yeah, if you were taking a break, it's time for you to go on focus time. Alright, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be careful, get yourself water. You have those sheets? Get yourself water, get yourself whatever you need. But get back to work, okay? I'll talk to you later. Okay. I kind of dig this guy. I was scared it was going to be the insect guy. Why are we keeping this? So it means that we didn't fight with the insect guy. We maybe fought with the lady. Oh, we still have the Dungeons and Dragon one. Oh, awesome. Oh my god, why did you bring this? Oh, you're such a nerd. You're such a nerd. Let's put the book there. Actually, let's put it here. This one is also here. This one also there. Ukulele. Oh my god, you're so cringe. Oh my god, can I hang it? We cannot hang it? You're so cringe. You brought a ukulele. Underwear. Oh, this is supposed to go here. For later. Another book. No, that. Oh, I did a mistake. This one goes here. This is a game. Another game. Another book. Can we? Here. No, I swear. I hope they didn't bring the stuffed animal. Please, someone clip that. Okay, the chickens are okay. The chickens are okay, but I mean, come on. Oh, we need the chicken with his little. Wait, we could also put this one down there. We can put the chicken here with his kid here. No. We can put them up here together. Finally, they're together. Okay. Oh, one more? Yeah, please add one more to the compilation. We really needed that. We really did. Girl, oh my god, the mistakes you're doing. Oh. It was stained before. It was stained before. Why didn't you throw it away? Oh, good gracious. Where do we put this one? Where do we put... Okay, we'll wait. Maybe if we put this one here, we put this one here, and we put this one here. Okay. Oh, one more. Maybe we can put these ones here. Ernest! Ernest! Ernest, thank you so freaking much. Thank you for the 9 months. It's a baby! It's a baby! I appreciate you for it. Okay, we can put that one there. One more notebook there. Why are we putting all of our notebooks here? Like... There's another one. Okay. But I don't understand. Oh, the P. Okay, all right. We can. I can agree to this one, but it's still like there's so many useless things that you don't really need. Wait, what if I do some space saving? No, it's not space saving. Never mind. I'm still gonna put this and this one there. Okay. What are these? What are these? Oh, these are coasters? Oh, we were doing this one. Oh, that one. Another book. Wait, too many books. Too many books. We have no space to put them. Wait, we can put that one there and this one here. Okay. Too many. Girl, there's no more space for your freaking books. There's no more space for your... Oh, of course. London. Of course. I'm not complaining about everything. It's just... She should know better. You know? Oh, these books. Wait, where do we... There's no more space. Wait. Maybe we can put these ones here. This one's here. Okay. Oh, more notebooks. Yes. Oh, we can put some there. I like these ones here. Okay. Wait, can we like... I don't know what these are. Oh, big book? Another big... Oh, these are fantasy books. Maybe we can put like this one up here and this one here. She's filling the entire thing with books. How is that from Ang's meme about G giving him COVID cold? I don't know. I know what you're talking about, but I don't know what is it. Wait. Oh, my phone is... Oh, my phone is dead. My phone is dead. Wait, I need to charge my phone. Where do I even have a charger? Let me put the phone to charge for a second. Phone is dead. Yeah, phone is dead. Wait. Okay. That's... Phone should be recharging, right? Okay. What else do we have? Oh, of course, our controllers, because we are different. We cannot put it like standing. Okay. Oh, the other controller. Some games that we cannot put anywhere. We don't have any more space for it. We put this one there. We put the game... No, not here. This one here. I don't know how that worked. Oh, another game. Maybe we can... I don't know how to fix this. Okay, maybe this one can go up there. This one can go here. This one can go here. A notebook could go there, I guess. So all the CDs are there. Oh shit, another one. I think there's gonna be another one. No. Oh, another chicken, girl. Stop it with the chickens. How many chickens do you... Oh, this one, shit. Where do we put this one? Where do we put you? Can we put you under? How? This one should be also be able to stand, right? I like chickens, but these are way too many chickens. Wait, what about this one? Maybe this one can go somewhere here, and this one can actually stay somewhere. Like, wait, let's see. Oh my god, more books. She reads a lot. I have to say that she does read a lot. There's no more space there. Okay. Oh, this one. Do you remember this one? We liked this one. There is no space there. Oh, the jacket needs to go there. Later we'll fix that. More books. Girl, I don't know. Oh wait, we can put this one here. Actually, like being like a decor or something. This one goes here. This one goes here. Another book goes here, or maybe this one. Oh, this one can go there. Wait, so can this one also go there? No. Can this one? No. Can this? No. No, just those two things. So maybe we can put like, no, I don't like that one there. This one here is okay, right? Remove the controller. This one? Oh, it's fine. They're gonna be there. The VCR under the TV, yeah, I guess so. But I wish I could like put something on it, but I cannot. You know? Can I put these together? No. This one could go on the floor, right? I don't know where to put all of these things. Oh, maybe the controllers, I can put them somewhere else. Who said that? Someone said it, right? Yeah, you were saying it. I can put like a couple of them here. No, I cannot. Not a couple. I can put them here. And one there. Nice! This works. This works, right? We can actually put this one here. This one not here. There, it's fine. Right? This one is okay, I would say. Bedroom. Wait, do we have... We can remove the weights? No. Only. Okay, so that's his side. And this is my side. Okay. Let's see what we will bring. Okay, this is fine. Browse. Which one? Oh, we don't have the first. Wait, is he using all of those? Are you leaving me the last ones? Oh, there. Okay. Oh! We had an upgrade on the underwear. I don't know if you noticed. We had an upgrade on that. This is my PJ. Does he have anything? No. We had an upgrade. Huh. Let's put more there. Oh, we still have that one. Nice. I like that she's still a little bit of a nerd. With her dungeon. Oh, this one. The colors. How? We don't have a studio? The colors in the bedroom? What do you need them for? Kinda weird. This one in there. This one and that one. Oh, we still have the weights? Let's put them under the bed always. 1 kilo? You still haven't upgraded? Still 1 kilo? Girl, maybe it's time that you know, like, you know. Oh, we have... Oh, wait. These ones go on the top because we had in there. Those are for to look cooler. You know. Oh, so we have. Let's put underwear there. No, no. Okay, wait, my phone is waking up again. Wait. Ooh, a dress! Hold on, it's her very first dress. Why did she bring this shit again? Stay hidden. I don't want to see you. Why did she bring that again? Girl. Still working and oh, she's still doing the work, but she has. Okay. Okay, we don't have. He's not leaving us much space, to be fair. We're gonna take the space. You know what? You can just put. You have enough space in here just to move stuff around. No. There. The first one is gonna be my one. I'm gonna put this one here. I get it. And the last one. Not even, maybe. Skirt, do we want to hang it? Bro, these sweatpants, no, they're not sweatpants. I mean, it's fine. You can keep them up there. I feel a little bit better because I'm getting into his house. Hi, Cha-Cha. Hello. It's been with her all her life. It's important to her. Yeah, but it's, I don't know. These ones have to be hanged. Sorry, but one of your pants have to go and like stay like that because I need to hang at least these ones. I need them for my job, you know. Oh, I cannot hang it because there's this fish. Oh. Oh man, you're gonna stay there, I guess. A shoe again. We're gonna have to. Oh, people put them shoes like this and this way. He put them like this. Oh, wait, why did you? Girl, you could have left that at home. We don't need that. Oh my god. Okay, this one can hang it. It is such a horrible. You can keep the door closed so you cannot see the mess. I should. Well, okay, this is a good flex. Oh. Oh, we cannot hang it anywhere? There's no space for me to hang it anywhere? In nowhere? No. 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 No, I wanna hang it. He has to see it. I'm gonna. Oh, in the bathroom. I don't fucking care. It's gonna be in the bathroom. While you're peeing and you're touching your pee-pee, you're gonna look at my career. There's no other space. No other space for my degree. Can I not move these things? You're gonna have to like it. Oh, that one can go there. Oh, this is an actually useful one. My little bag, I can put it down there. Oh, we're having fancy heels. Oh, and I guess I can put them down here. It's fine. Oh, fancy heels. Oh, still for the part-time job. Okay. Blues that we can hang it. A little bit of that one. Okay, we just have to fix these things. So this one can go there. Wait. Put it in front of the room, what? Your career is literally gone to shit. But I don't know where to put it. I don't know where else to put it. I can put my skirts here. Oh wait, there's also this skirt. Let me put this one also here. Here. We can hang these. We can put this one here, the jacket. We can put this one is an ugly t-shirt for real. This is a nice blue. There's no other. Oh, there's no other free ones. And where do I put the things for my job? Maybe I can just do this. No, this. And oh, it doesn't fit there. This one here. And what about the hat? Can I put it here? Oh, there. Okay, it's fine. Okay. Not too bad, not too bad. Let's see the bathroom. Do we have space? Oh, he didn't even left. He didn't leave us like a space. Oh, our makeup. We can listen. You're gonna move your shit down here, okay? Okay. My tooth. Oh, there's no cup. We can share this the clip. I'm gonna put my razor down here. It's a broken. It's the mug from the first house. It's the mug from the first house. I still have it with me. My cream. This one when you shit, I'm gonna. Oh fuck! One more t-shirt we forgot. This is the ugly t-shirt. Should go with the ugly things. That one. This is a nice blue there. Okay. And not even here a bidet. Yeah, exactly. Not even here. A space for my pads there. I need more space for my pads. Okay. I guess I made it. Conditioner. Oh. Ew, who used the bar soaps in the shower? Wait, chat, do you use the bar soaps in the shower? You use the bar soaps in the shower? No, right? What the fuck? Oh, you soap your hand. Okay, okay. You don't soap your buddy. So you soap your hand and then you smoosh the soap everywhere? Okay. You don't rub... Okay, that makes sense. That's way better. Here? Oh, this one. I need a bit of space for this one. Oh, you can put that one there. It's fine. We can share that. Oh, what the fuck? Why is this one here? Still with us, by the way. That is clearly like, you know... Oh, perfume. Let me put my fancy perfume over there. Brush there. Oh, we still have the kit. That one there. Okay. Okay. Bathroom situation, not too bad, I would say. I leave a bottle of bleach. Wait, what? Wait, would you're for real? Like, you actually do? Why, though? Okay, so we have a little bamboo thingy. Oh, this girl really likes to have, like, useless things in her. We still have the cookie jar. Oh, look at the fancy things that this guy has. It must be older. He must be older. For sure. Oh my god, you're gonna have your heart so broken. You're gonna have your heart so broken. Look at the fancy things. Oh my god, she's gonna get so heartbroken. Proteins! This guy has proteins too. No! Oh god. No, we're getting so heartbroken. I smell it. I can clearly smell it. This goes with the other powders. Oh, the sugar. We still have the sugar. Oh no. I know that shot already. I think that in the next one it's gonna be she's going back to her with her roommates. I'm kind of positive about that. Oh goodness. More powders. Lime juice. Oh, where? Oh, here. Oh, she brought her postcards from the place. That's her with her roommates. She didn't fight. That's her with her roommates. That's her with her roommates. You see that this person is the same one here. This one, this one. This is a new guy. This is the whole roommates. Oh my god, yes. So she didn't fight with them. Okay. Oh, we have a fancier. Oh, this one goes there, right? We have a fancier boiler. Oh, wait, what is this? No, that's a weight. That's a weight for the proteins. That's a weight for the proteins. Shit. That's a. Oh no. Oh, a rice cooker. Okay. Maybe we can make a little bit of a space for my rice cooker. Can we move your proteins somewhere? Like away forever, so I can put my rice cooker? Does it even fit? No, it could never fit. Okay, good to know. Stupid proteins. Oh, this one can only fit there. Up there, I guess. Oh, I also have a bottle like yours. Okay, we found each other. My own towel. Is this a computer? Is this a computer, chat? Oh, and my tablet also. And another drawing thingy. For sure it's meant to be in the kitchen. A knife. Okay. A wooden spoon, we can put it here if it fits. Even in the mestolo. Wait. Okay. Oh, this is for the bathroom. Okay. There was still some space to hang something. We didn't put our towels. Oh, this is for the fridge. Oh, the toaster. Do you really need it? You actually need the toaster. Yeah, I know. There's two things that are not supposed to be like this. We can put cookies there. Toaster can go up there. Oh, we can put this one up here and the rice cooker here. But what about these ones? Oh, this is like a. Oh, this one can go there. I don't want them to be here. They should be like here, right? Makes sense. I'm so sorry for her. I'm so sorry. Wait, no? What do you mean you don't like it here? Girl, I'm gonna put it there. What do you mean you don't like cookies here? No, don't tell me. No. Can I put it in a drawer somewhere? No. I don't want to put it under the bed. No fucking way. Can I not put it like... Let me make space. I can put it here. It can fit. She's sacrificing her career? She's actually sacrificing her career? No fucking way. Wait, why don't you like it? Ah, I can't go here. Okay, I can't go here. Wait, let me put these things down here. So I can put this one here. No, not. She has to break up. She has to break up. You better break up. You heard me, girl? You better break up. If in the next one you're not broken up with him, I'm gonna break up with him for you, okay? Chat, please, 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 please. I could not move any posters. Not all coffee is instant. Who knew? Okay, so she's with a guy that really likes coffee and all that. 2010. This is 2012. 2 years later. She's back being alone? Wait, no. Hold on. No. Who is this? Who is this? Oh, she's living with other two people. But it is her. She still has her insect, so it's still her. Parents are dead? No. So it's still her, but why is this room so childish? Why doesn't she have a kitchen? No, she cannot. This cannot be her. She is the small one. These are her parents and her sister. Wait, she moved back home? No, she cannot be. She moved back home. She moved back home. That's why all the things are so childish, because it's an old bedroom. It's her old bedroom. No, yes, it's her old bedroom, right? No, it is not. There was not like that. It was not like that. Oh my god. She broke up, but at least she broke up with a stupid boyfriend. This one is from her bedroom, old bedroom. This one. Oh, all the things inside still. Okay, can we hide a couple? Oh, she moved back. That's fine. That's fine. We're gonna get better. We're gonna get better. I promise you. It's fine. It's just he was stupid. You saw it. You noticed that. Oh my god, I'm crying. He was an idiot, alright? It's fine. You don't need him. You don't fucking need him. It was an idiot. You're gonna get better. I promise to you. It's nothing. This is nothing. For real, for real. Girly. Guys are idiots. Don't be sad for it, alright? Oh my god. Oh, this is from when I was with my schoolmates, with my roommates. Oh, you still have that stupid thing. Your MP3 doesn't already has like a different color now. No. Oh, the postcard is all ruined a little bit. I'm a bit crying. Do you still have a picture with her roommates? Wait, she still have a picture with her own spoon? No, bro. There's a pin on his head. Wait. I wanna see. There's a pin in his head. There's a pin in his head. There's a pin in his head. Fuck you, bitch. Oh, I might be reliving old trauma, chat. I'm so proud of you. Oh, you got also a better Game Boy. Let's go. You have your own space for your own shit. She kept the picture cause I don't know. She kept the picture because, you know, you have to remember about stupid idiots so that you don't do the mistakes again. Some more colors. Old colors. I knew she fucking Jimbros. Oh, she thought she had it. She thought she finally found someone instead. No. She fucking ukulele. I mean, you kind of called it on yourself. Oh, that's a sad picture. Let's put it here. This was his! This was his! This was on his nightstand when we arrived. This is his. She kept it. Girl, hide it. Hide it back there, alright? We're hiding in that shit. Of course, the chickens. Of course, all the chickens. Ah, okay. Don't tell me you have others. Okay. This is from her roommate. This was her roommate. You remember? It was there. In her roommate's room. I don't know what this one is. I think this one is like this book that we're writing right now with these pictures. Oh, one more. One more chicken. Oh, she's still doing yoga. Still caring about herself. Fucking Piggy. Piggy, maybe you are the one that is bringing bad luck, you know? Have you ever thought about that? Can we hide you somewhere? Stupid Piggy. Go there. Oh, it's almost... You see that it's a bit broken? You see that it has his tummy broken? Oh, this is like a bowl. Like a hot water bowl. Oh, now we put this one at very center. The insect we could have sold it. Just letting you know. We're still trying to learn the ukulele. Okay, these are still books that we had before too. Still the same rubber, by the way. Still the same from always. More. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. We cannot put that one there. Stupid boyfriend. Stupid idiot. What is this? Is it a game for that one? I think so, right? One more book. Okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. Not rubber. Sorry. Yeah, eraser. Let's see what we're bringing back to the bathroom. Did we steal anything? Did we steal anything from him? Please tell me we did. He deserved it. Let's put the deodorant out so it's... Oh, we still have the same mug. Let's put that one there. Oh. Toothpaste. A bit of perfume. All our makeup. We still the same makeup since always, but it's fine. Nail clipper. Oh. Where can we put this one? Oh, there's no more space. Maybe we can put this one up there. Yeah. Razor. Okay. Welcome back, Miku. Plot twist, it was her fault. What is this? Oh my god, for the back? Girl, you're getting kinda old, I have to say, yeah? Pads. Where can we put them here? Let's put them in here. Oh my god, the feeling of like... What is this? The feeling of like going back home after you thought like, oh my god, I'm gonna be with this person forever. It's gonna be my forever other person. What is it? What did we do wrong here? Oh, this one cannot be here? Okay. What are we doing wrong? Oh! It cannot be there? Where can I put it? Where do you want me to put it? I'll put it anywhere you want me to. Anywhere you want me to. I don't care. Yes! We are hiding that bitch! Let's go! Let's go! Okay, put this one on there. Oh my god. Okay. We're back home. It's fine. It can happen, okay? It can happen. Habla un poquito de español, Miku. This room needs to feel bigger. Oh, so it's the same room, but we just changed the furniture. That's fine. It's fine. It's okay to go back. So, the year after. Oh, we have our own apartment? Are we with other people? No, it's our own. Fuck everyone. This is our apartment now. Oh, we don't need anyone. No one in this entire world. We're all by ourselves. Let's go with these mini books. Where are we going with these mini books? Oh, we've been to the Netherlands. Nice. You see, we've been traveling. We're back. You also hear the music. The music is also very happy. Music is kind of upbeat. Never get with... Oh, we got a Wii, I think. Yes! We are getting places. Look at us. Oh, hell yeah. No one can... Oh, fucking chicken. No one can stop us. Next. Oh, still Dungeons and Dragons stuff? Okay. Oh, but this is our... Oh, this is our furniture. Oh, I'm curious to see the other furnitures, to be fair. Okay. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. That's another mini book? No, this is a game, right? This is a game. And put that one there. Clean-up Beetle is better than a game? Oh no, it's worse than in a game? Yeah, I agree. No one is gonna be bothering us anymore. No, oh, this is a book. Wait, this is a game, right? So we're gonna put the game there. Okay, they do different sounds if they're games. Book. Nice. Yeah, I put it back. I put it with other games. What is this? Is that radio? All right. Top shelf is just big books. Then let's move the small ones here. Top one is just big books. Oh, we still have that one. You see, we're thriving. We have our consoles. We have our own shit. Nice. One more game. One more game. Oh, we have this one. I was gonna go with the small books. Oh, this is a nice one. With an umbrella in it. With a... Wait, did we get hurt? Are you telling me that we're not gonna see the weights and the mat? Because we got hurt? Did we get hurt? Why do we have a cane? Oh, we got a new one! We got an Eggy! Wait, are the chicken gonna continue? Is it every time we're gonna add one more chicken? Okay. Oh, we're into this stuff now? Oh, okay. That is fine. Oh, space for the ukulele. I don't like how I put these things together, to be honest. Let's do a little bit of a differentiation. Oh, this is not... Oh, it doesn't fit. Okay. This one there. This one can go there. Okay. Oh, this is for the ukulele? Oh, finally! Finally! Oh, it doesn't have to be there. Oh, nice. So we can put... Where was the big book? This one? Put the big book there. Oh, finally. The window shelf? What? Do you wanna... Oh! We can put all the chickens there. Can we put also the big one? No, we cannot put the big one, so we're not gonna put them there. Let's see later what we can put there. This one can go here. Music ones go all together. This is another game. Here. Okay. I hate that this is so cluttered, but this is like... How do we deal with this? Okay, let's see what else do we have. Bathroom is not bad. Bathroom is not bad. Could be way worse though. Look at how many... We have so many drawers. So this is gonna be the that one can only fit that one. We can put what is this by the way? Razor can go there. Perfume is gonna be out here. Do we still have our cup? Let's go. We still have our cup. We have had this cup for like ages now. Ages now. This is for the pain. Deodorants. This out. More pills, I guess. Other pills. Oh my god, girl, you have so many pills. What's happening? Okay. Behind the mirror? Oh my god, we have space behind the mirror? Oh my god, this is insane. We're living the life. What the heck? We're living the life. Look at us. Thriving. Okay, maybe this vitamin D thing is good. I don't know what this is. Oh, we're gonna keep it there. Oh. Nail clipper. Pin. Oh, this one can go there. Still problems with the insects, huh? You hate the insects. Makeup goes in here. Wait, we can actually... Oh. We can actually maybe... No. Okay, we can keep it here. Oh, toilet paper. Again, the same issue. We can put it here. Oh, oh no, the scale. Don't you tell me. Don't tell me you're gonna have issues with that. Don't tell me you're gonna have issues. Don't tell me you're gonna have issues with that, please. Oh, we can get this other side. She got injured? Oh, true. She got injured. The cane is because she's just got injured, right? At least 9 years with that man. True. Okay. Bedroom, not bad. Well, not the same view that we used to have before. But it's fine. We have more space on our closet, even if it's kind of ugly. A notebook, another one, I guess. Oh, this is a PJ, right? Alright. This one is nice. We have a double bed just for us. There's a lot of space. It's not too bad. It's like, might be a bit ugly, right? But what do we have in here? More underwear. More underwear. Another skirt. Let's wait for... Oh, this one for the skirt. She's wearing more like since she's been with him. Oh, since she has been with him, she's been wearing like more shoes, more dresses, right? She's never been wearing any of that before him. Did you notice that too? Always music, always family. A little candle, okay. Oh wait, we can have it here. This one should go inside, yeah. And we can put other on the side. Oh, no, not here. And no. No. Where are all the others? Did we steal a couple of hangers from him? I think so, right? I thought there were socks all this time. No, they're like... They have like a little thing on the top. Oh! If you were... Ding dong! We didn't bring back people from the break. People, if you were doing focus, if you were working, it's time to take a break. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. If you were focused, it's time to take a break. Come here. How are you doing? How is it going? Rico, how are you doing? Are you still working hard? Cameras near the bed? Yeah. Worst scenarios, we die. Shoes? Oh, fuck. I actually do this in real life too. Like I close the thing without having closed the drawers. Oh. Oh. Okay. Another hanger. Another shoes. Are you liking this? I always wanted to play unpacking because I always thought that it would have been like super comfy as kind of content, and I'm really liking it. I'm really liking it. Sweatpants, more underwear. Oh, this is a PJ. Okay. Underwear. Hey. Is it a rainbow underwear? Huh. We're still okay. We're still training. DGM. DGM, thank you so much for the 7 months. How are you doing? What are you up to today? Oh shit! Oh, she put a patch on it. DGM, thank you so much for the 7 months. Welcome back. Stream Mind Desk. Stream Mind Desk. Wait, is she gonna stream? You think? Yeah, I know that Andy's should go here. Oh wait. Oh. You're fucking right. Sorry, but usually like I put the underwear in the first drawers. I didn't notice they were bigger. Move everything out. Well, okay. And we put everything back. First the bras. Okay, and then the underwear. Hey. Oh. Okay, we're getting back on track. By the way, did you notice that she put a patch on the belly of the pig? Look at this. Did you see? Unpacking is actually based on G's life. Shut up. Why do you want to hurt me? Okay, we're gonna hang that one, I guess. Yes, let's put a skirt. Oh, this one has to be hung. It looks cute. I don't like that things are like not in the right spot. So jackets should go here on the left. The dresses should go more on the right. And skirts here. Like the longer on the right. Right. Oh, we don't have any other hanger for this one. We don't have any hanger for this skirt. Okay, let's see. Okay. Pants, we have them here. Oh, we have it. Okay. So, I will put this one here. But then there's no space. Like, when you want to change, it's such a pain. No, the sewing machine is not hers. Or, wait, was it in the other... It was in her new room. The room where she was little, right? It was in the room that she went to when she went back to her parents. So she might have like learned to do some clothes. I hope these are not hers because they're horrible. Oh, okay. So we finished the clothes. PJ, did we already put one under? Yeah, the yellow one. Yeah. We can put this one here. There's another jacket that we can put on one of these and put it here. Same for this one. Same for this shirt. Like, this one should be hanged too. This one was also cute. Let's hang it. These ones can go here. These ones go here. No. Here. Oh, here. Close. This one can go in here, and this one can hold that one. Fair enough, I would say, right? Maybe maybe this one can go in here, actually. Ah! Look, sounds nice to me. What do you mean how can I stream in English even though I'm in Italy? Bro, I just speak in English. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna stream until I finish this. I think I'm gonna finish a little bit earlier. I'm gonna end a little bit earlier. I'm not understanding. Okay, let's see what this room has to. Okay, we have a small computer with our drawing one. We still have this book that was really cool. I remember we liked it. What is this? Wait. Ma hai detto che se parli italiano ti trovi in Italia. Sì, sono in Italia, sono italiana, so parlare italiano, ma faccio le stream in inglese. No, I'm not, don't be mean. Don't be mean, Chad. I just don't understand what's your struggle. Okay, anyway. Oh, more pencils? Okay, at least we don't have the ugly one that we used to have before, the pink one. A drawing? We colored it! We had it, but it was black and white. Break was over? Oh! Break is over! Break is over! Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong! Break is over! Break is over! Break is over! Go back to work! Go back to work! I know, Rico, I know! Ding dong, go back! Yeah, kiddo, hey, I know. Ding dong, people! I'll check in with you later. Bye! Last 30 slides, you got this. You really got this. So she's trying to find, like, her character. No. Twitch is open to anyone, Starbucks. Twitch is open to anyone. You can also go watch someone speaking in Portuguese. Did you know that? You can watch anyone with any language up there. Alright, let's put this one here. This one here, I like it. I want to understand, like, what is she planning for this room? Like, we have a lot of books, I see that. But what is the story we're trying to build here? Whales. We can put a whale up here. Quindi posso chiamare gente? Yeah. Yeah, you can. Oh, the right space for it. A lamp. Fair. These, I never understood what those are, by the way. Do you know, Chad? Do you know what those are? She's back to working, finally, by the way. Oh, she has headset. She has more notebooks. A lot of notebooks. She has these ones. More books. Slack! Slack! Welcome back. This is a painting that reminds us of the bad moments that we had before, but it's fine. We grow up of it. Slack, thank you so much for the 5 months. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. No. Slack, thank you so much. No, you're wrong, Snola. It's wrong. It's wrong. You get sent to everyone. You can see any other language you want. We put all of these around it. A wild free eagle and us dancing free. I like this. I like this. Oh, and a black cat. Okay. Are we? Oh, okay. Oh, this was, we had it like in that place with the guy. It's fine. It's fine. Give me a second. Yeah, that's the point, Marco. The only thing is true is that I can only get on the front page of Italy. For now. We have a printer. We're printing shit? A bunch of cables, of course. Wait, we can put... Actually, let's put the cables in here. Let's keep it tidy. What is this? Oh, more paper for the printer. Okay. These ones that I still don't know what these are. Do you know what these are? No. Do you know what those are? Let's put the modem down there. A clock. Oh my god, we have no space. Okay, let's change these. Order. I guess. Business cards, but why do I have them on that little shelf? My own business cards. Isn't that weird? Pomodoro clock. Oh. What is this? Girl, why do you always have so many shit? You don't need all of this. Oh my god. Quindi tu esci da italiani e non americani, giusto? Io esco da italiani. What do you mean I get out of Italians? By the way, can you also like make the questions if you can in English so like at least everyone else in chat is included in the conversation? What is that shit? Let's put it up there. A towel? Wrong place, I guess. Oh, that actually makes more sense. And where do we put this? Here. Right? Here. There's no other spots. Yeah, okay. Okay, what is this holding? What is that supposed to be holding? It's for canvas. Yeah, but there's no canvas. Where do I put it? I'm gonna put that one there and the printer there then, because I don't like it to be... It's too messy. There's too many things. This one also here. Way better. And if you're Italian, you go in homepage Italian, not homepage America. Yes, exactly. Oh, nice. Beautiful. Kitchen. Oh! Not a bad kitchen. Not a bad kitchen either. There's a lot of space for all of our stuff. Spoons in the center. Knives here. Forks on the left. This one to measure stuff. Oh, a big bowl. Fuck, we got coffee from him. We learned about coffee from him. Shit. Let's put it back up there and hidden. Oh, this is to clean. Look at there, I think, for now. Is this a coaster? Oh, yeah, there are. Oh, so we learned about coasters thanks to him, I guess. Can we maybe put them somewhere like there? Just a nice like, I got you! Oh, soy sauce? Mmm, fancy. This one, I'd like it to go like hidden. This one. Oh, she likes to do... She's liking to cook. Did you notice? Like, slowly she has more and more stuff to, like, cook. The oil and balsamic vinegar are from before. Another coaster there. What are these things? What are these? Oh, it's mug! It's a mug! I'm stupid. By the way, I think I'm gonna put, like, the bowl up here because it's not like you use it every single day. And mugs maybe here. Also this one. We don't use it every single day. Coffee here, yeah. More mugs. Sugar next to the coffee. Wait, maybe we can put it like... I don't know how much space we have, but maybe we can do it like this. Wait. Okay. So how do you get English followers if you go to Italy for homepage? You don't get found only because of that, Snorlax. It's not like you get found only from the front page, you know? You can get found for other reasons. For content that you put on other platforms. From collaborations that you do with other people. From... What? Oh, the timer! Can I put it up here? Oh, yes. That's where it has to go. A knife. Why we still don't have a knife holders? Oh, wait. I want to have like a spices thing. Can we have it like this? Do we have enough space to do it? Maybe we can do it like this. Wait. Bottle go up there. And we can have a spices here. Spices spot here with all the oils and stuff being in the back. Like that. Wait. Wrong position of the knife? Okay. Here from Primogen. Hey, there we go. Gaming streams are usually longer than work streams, huh? Alright, what is this? Ah! 1 plus 2? Ah, I thought it was going to be equal. No. We have... Okay, we started the paint with the pans. Well, I mean, we have space this time. Why? It doesn't change much. Okay. This one goes there. A bowl. Bowls. We can put up here. By the way, do you hear the music? Like, she's happy. The cookie jar is still there, but it's a little bit like broken. There we go. This one goes here. More. Picture with her friends. This is nice. Let's put this one's around here, let's say. We can put this one higher. Here. Equal. Oh, okay. That's fine. I don't wanna. 1 plus 2 equal koala. I like it. Don't say that you like my glasses. Shut up. It's not true. I know you're making fun of me and my glasses. My poor old glasses. Poor them. You're a meanie. Oh, this one goes there. Oh, wait. Can I open the... I cannot open the oven. Never mind. This one goes... I would like to... Okay. More stuff to cook. Nice. Salt goes back there. More bowls. A boiler. Oh, microwave. Shit. Where do we... Shit. Oh, up there. Oh, nice. I thought we were doomed. I thought we were going to be doomed to have it on the freaking towel. Like, table. My god, I cannot talk. More sponges. I'm gonna put them down here. This one goes here. Am I the only one? I think so. I think so. Oh! Wait, is she Jew? I didn't know. Okay. Oh, like a little bit of these ones there. Can I put it on top? Oh no, I cannot put it on top. Oh, shit. Can I? Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, it doesn't fit anything else. If I put that one there, it doesn't fit anything else. Wait, what if I put this one there? Can I put something? Oh, nice. So maybe I can put something here. No. Okay. Come on, fit in there. How do we do this? I cannot open the oven. You see, I cannot open it. Do we have to put again a pan up here? Oh, another one? Sounds fine to me. This looks fine. Let's see the living room. Wait, what's wrong? Oh, because it's not in the right position? Wait, can I... There's something wrong in the bathroom. What is wrong in the bathroom? Wait, it doesn't like it to be... Where should I put you? Chat, does you see a place where I can put it? Wait, should I... Am I supposed to put this one here? Hold on. Well done. Where is this supposed to go? No, it can... The towel, of course, cannot inside the... Of course the towel cannot be inside the shower. Where am I supposed to put this one? Under here? Oh, maybe under there, but then where do I put the... Where do I put everything else? Oh, they can fit in there? Those can. These others cannot. Oh. Oh, but this one... where do I put this one now? Can I put it there? No. No, not there. I want to put it back. Like... Oh, makeup. Fuck, makeup. Oh, we also have these ones that are in the middle of stuff. Like... No. Let's put away the deodorant at least then. Or the perfume. Like this. It has to be like this. Or this one here. Maybe also this one. No, it doesn't fit. Would it fit? What do we like the more? Huh? Another tower holder? Makeup behind the mirror. You think like this one here? And the vitamins here? Oh! Nice. Like this I like it. Ah! Fuck! Okay, we can actually put this one down here. Nice! Nice! Okay, now she's living alone by her fucking self. She has her own studio too. She has her own space. Making this my art space. It's really nice. Did she try putting the toaster in the tub? No, she did not. No, she did not. What is the next chapter? 3 years after. Wait, what? Oh, we bought more stuff? We upgraded our house? Look at the studio, looks so nice. 2? She's with someone. She's with someone. Wait, hold on. Is that a girl? Is that a girl? Oh my fucking god, I love this game. I freaking love this game. Wait, okay, let's put these up here. So am I moving the stuff for another woman? Because these things, I never saw them before. Who is she? What is she do? What? She's into movies. Yeah, for sure more akin to the previous boyfriend. Let's put that one there. It's lovely that I'm like opening her boxes too. Oh, a better blanket. Oh my god, I love her already. She brought us a better blanket. Not a stained one. Wait, is this a game? No, it's like, what is this? A game for what? Oh, one more umbrella, makes sense. Ooh, she's into weird stuff though. We have to be honest, she's into weird stuff. What is this? More games. Wait, games could be actually go under here. I like it there. Oh, of course, we have to water them. Oh, she's into plants. Okay, this is a bit too many things, bro. Oh, no, okay. Do we actually have to hang this one? Do we actually have to? I mean, just because first time that you're here, right? I'm gonna assume like... Oh, I like these coasters. Other games. But what games? What is the console? Wow, these are many games. What the fuck is this? Girl, what the fuck did you bring in the house? Enough, I would say. Oh. What is this? This is a... Oh. In here? Can't you do gardening outside? We can put the box there. Citro coasters are really nice. These ones are really cute. But, and I love her computer, by the way. More plants because why not? I love plants in the shower, by the way. Oh, finally someone brought it. Oh, finally a good makeup thing. Someone taught her that there. This is for okay, you can put it there. You can share that one. We can put it in my cup. What is this? Ah, for the eyes. Okay, for the lashes. Okay, makes sense. Do I have space for your cream? Yeah, you can put it down there. Also that. Oh wait, no, these are things to go in the shower, right? Oh, she's that kind of person that uses that kind of makeup and like sorry, things in the shower. Oh no, they were not to go there. No. I think. Oh, yeah. More pads. Let's go. Oh, we're sharing these things. Okay. Oh, she brought out a little figgy. I don't know if there's... Okay, we can put it here. It's fine. There's a new partner. Yes, we're living with a woman. Wait, let's put this one down there. Oh, this one is... Okay, we can put it back there. Okay. Let's see let's see if we can know more about her. Okay. Ew. No, she wears leggings. Oh, she has a stuffed animal too. She wears boots. Oh. Where do we put the boots though? Here? Where do we put the boots? There, I guess. I don't like the boots to be that high, right? Oh, she brought hangers. Oh, for her dress. Oh, she cute. Oh, bread. Wait, no. Wait. Oh, where am I? Are you telling me that I made one for her, one for me? Yes, there's one for her, one for me. Okay, this is sweet. Oh, no more plushies. Oh, she's a fanatic of this anti-hero thing that I don't know what that is. Underwear? No, no, and the one under. Okay. She's more like a... I feel like I'm more like... She's more like a spiritual one, isn't it, she? Wait, are these pajamas? Hold on. Are those your pajama? I think that I finally found someone that is of worse taste than me in clothes. That's why we love each other. Oh, goodness. Is that a phone? She's G? She's not me. Oh, walkie-talkie? Oh, that's cute. Oh. Oh, she is so... Ooh. Nice underwear. Oh, I like her hairstyle. So much more different than mine. Oh, this one goes here, I guess. Or maybe, do you want it to have it here? No, no, no. You can put it on top of mine. I don't mind that. You can do whatever you want. You're a nice person. This one goes here. What is this? Oh no, is that incense? Oh shit. I knew it. She's a witch. We're fucking doomed. She's a witch. Chat, she's a witch! We're done! We're done! Giant Mikados. Oh, ew. Okay, shoes wise, we might have like a competitor in like getting the worst shoes ever. Oh, we have plants. Shit, shit. Where do I put the plants? Oh shit. Where do we put the plants? Okay. I thought it was max in 2018. Time passes super fast. Oh, a small backpack. That's cute. Some things for the notes. Let's put this one in here. A pen. Oh, she takes notes like that. This is for the coat. Where was it? Here. Hey. Why? Oh, it's not. It needs to be on the other side. Oh, there's no space on the other side. Let me move you. We can share stuff. I don't care. We can share our clothes. Oh, nice dress. Oh, we have a hanger now. Oh, yeah, it's fine. I don't care. Just move my stuff there. Oh, the dress can fit there, actually? Okay. Oh my god. Okay, jacket. Other leggings. Ew. More underwear or socks. Still don't know the difference between the two. Ew, the leggings! Please. Don't. Okay, so we have enough space to put all the pants under here. Up here we can put these. And this. And this. And then in the... Oh, you're one of the UG's loafer in their wish list. Those are to stay at home and they're amazing. I had a friend that had them and they were so good. The UGG loafers are so cool. They're super, super cool. You cannot tell me otherwise. Oh, we have that one in there. Okay. I was thinking if I could... Okay, I think we're cool. Look, she didn't even touch our... She didn't touch this one. Isn't she sweet? She didn't touch our studio. We won something, by the way. Don't know if you noticed. We won something. We added some pictures. Let me see if there is inside here. Nothing much. But we won something. Maybe I can take a plant and put it where? Oh, the kitchen. Let's see what she's bringing to the kitchen. Oh, this is fucking useful. This is useful. Wait. We need to move this one. This is useful. Can we put that one in there? What is... Oh, this is for doing dumplings. Oh, yes. Oh, a rice cooker. Where can we fit it? Let's move some of the coffee shit here. So we can put the rice cooker here. It's not like a rice cooker, but it's like... Oh. Oh, wait. She has weird mugs, though. She has very weird mugs. Oh, where's our shit? Shoot. That one. Oh, this one is okay. We can put it there. You want to put one of your towels? We can put it there. 2. Oh, she also brought these ones. She brought also some magnets. A poop one? That's sweet. For ice cream. What is this? Oh, this is where you can put like stuff on it. You know, like you can put this one here, and you can put. Oh no, you don't. Well, we're gonna put it there, and we can put this one here, and this one up there. More sauces. Oh, this one. We need to put it up there. We don't have space anywhere else. Where? What is this? Wait, am I wrong? What is this for? Wait, isn't that... I thought it was like the one that you can use to like put like the spoons on it. There's nothing wrong here. There's nothing wrong in the bathroom. Why not? Oh, does it have to go here? Oh. Oh, computer cannot be there? Okay. What are we doing around here? Backpack cannot be here? I cannot put it here? Okay. Nice! Ja! I have a proposal! It's 7:18. I still haven't had dinner. What if we call it a day? Oh, fucking 7 hours in the end. We did 7 hours? There's only one more level? Just one, you promise? Is it the end? Just one more? Then it's finished. Then we have to finish. We finish it. Please don't break up. If it's just the last level, please don't end up. So glad for all that wardrobe space now. Yeah, achievement love. 3 years after. They bought a house! They bought a house! They're gonna have a kid! They're gonna have a kid! Fuck! Oh, let's go. Okay. Let's go. I love that the boxes are different from between mine and her. Oh, this is so sweet. I'm not gonna cry. You are gonna cry. Oh, they're gonna have a kid. Wait, where do we... Wait. Where's... Ah, I thought... Wait. Must be so convenient to be dating like someone with your same like style of clothes. Like you can just share everything. Why is that towel here? Oh, picture of cats. Here. Luca! Luke, thank you so much for the 5 months. Welcome back. How are you doing? How is it going? Oh, they've been to India, I think. Luke, thank you so much for being here for 5 freaking months. I appreciate you. Oh, where do I put all the shoes? Boots can go down. Less than 3 to you. Let's put it in the bathroom. I love the bath. I don't like the okay, I don't like the bath. Is my sister very good, Alpha? What the fuck? Okay, this is a game. We have this one is for the pictures. Not a game. This is a game. A game. A game. No, the game here. A game here. A book. Tall book. Big book. Oh wait, we can maybe put all the books here and all the games here, right? DVDs are like, yeah, whatever they are. Wait, are you? No, you're a big game. The computer there. This one there. Oh, we can also put them here. There's so many. These are old games. Oh, this is a table game. Okay. A kettle? This is not supposed to be here. For later. They have a veranda. Yes, they have an outside. Look at them fancy. Look at them go. Oh, these bowls that I still haven't understood. This ego, you could have definitely dropped it. Okay. Oh, we could have put the games here. This would have been so much more convenient. Oh, these are DVDs. I think that those are games. Yeah. It's a small game, a big game. And DVDs. This is a small game. Also a small game. Oh. Okay. Wii controller. Another controller. Wait, we can put the controller all down here. Oh, we can put it down here. With the remote. No, not the remote on it. Wii goes below the TV. You have to put it below the TV? For real? It cannot go up there? Will it give me an error? I'll steal these. Pillows. Oh shit, girl, we don't have space for your, Still with the cane? He's still hurt? Is my girl still hurt? Did you actually broke your entire leg? Oh shit. I really did not expect that. I thought she was going to get better. No, okay, this one's have to go down here. Coaster. DVD, can you go up there? Doesn't fit any. Oh! Like this, you fit more though. And I know that my girl has a lot of DVDs because she's into movies. Look at how many. No, that's a book. No, that is not a book. That's a DVD. No. Oh, we don't have space for more DVDs. Where are we gonna put them? Stop buying DVDs. We have too many. What? Oh. Oh, coaster. I'm a very fast unpacker, we can say, right? Maybe too much. Oh, we did this. Let's see what else. So many board games, I agree with you. Dish soap. Hand soap. Sponge. More sponges down there. A glass. All the spices. I would like to put all the spices here, like close to where we cook. So when we need them, we just can stick them, right? We just stick them. Look at the pictures. this is us getting married. Look at them. Annie can go here. Sugar right behind it. One more glass. Mugs. Bowls. Third one. Oh shit. This is for the entry. So, do you collect any things for like the trips that you go to? Do you collect any of those things? Oh. This one can go there. Third one is for desserts. Postcards you do? Like you buy yourself postcards and you... Oh, we have this one for the spices. And then you keep them forever? As a... Oh, maybe down there. As a memento for your trip. Oh, this... I don't think that this should fit the kitchen. Rice cooker should go there. Bigger bowl. Thing to measure. Can this one fit? Okay. Maybe this one should go like there. Postcards like pictures and I have them all together, but my mom does magnets. Ooh! I don't know, like I like when people do that because I think that it's cute that you still have like a memory from it. But then I cannot bear with like so many people, things, also people, but I was thinking about things. You know, like there's too many things to like clean, to keep tidy. I don't know. Maybe I'm just the pain, you know? Still this fish. Where the fuck do I put this fish? I mean, okay. Okay. Toilet paper, you're so not in the right spot. Later I put you. Okay. Mm-hmm. Scola pasta. It should go down here, right? Okay. A big one there. Oh shit. Oh, the dumpling thing. Oh. I don't know what's the use of the fish either. I really don't know. Oh. Yeah, sometimes the music stops. Sometimes the music stops. Okay. What is this? Oh, for the trash. Alright. And there you go, the trash. Oh, maybe here. More? Like, I don't know. I don't know if I could deal with all, like, the clutter that things can create, you know? Oh. Oh. No, it doesn't fit there. Oh, we still have the thing for the Hanukkah thing? Okay. Finally in my natural habitat. Get fucked. Stupid. Oh, we have the sponge here. That is such a cool thing to use, to be honest. Oh, mittens. It's actually really, really useful. Do you have one of those at home, chat? Do you have one of those? Oh, still with the insects. Oh, she was traumatized by the insects. Oh, okay. What is this? Oh. See, too cluttery. Too many things to put on the freaking... Oh, no. Oh, this one should go here. Maybe this one can go here and this one can go there. Okay. Need to drive home. Okay, go for it, go for it. Also play board games with your kids. I have but smaller. French press for... Oh! She finally has a knife holder! She finally has a knife holder! What were we saying? Oh my god, finally! Oh my goodness, finally she does. The pain of having like a random thing going... Oh, these are small ones. Random knives. Oh my god. Finally, girl. Oh, that's it's still a hunty arrow thing. Because, you know. Oh. Oh my god, so much soy sauce. Hi, 40 Greg. We're having a baby today? Apparently we're having a baby today. How do we call it? What's his name? Shall we call it... Giorgio. How are we calling it, 40? Oh, plates. I forgot we have to have plates also. We can put that one there. Not really like efficient to have the plates all the way up there, but... Oh, the board still we haven't placed. Shit. The mic. Oh. Okay, let's fix a little bit of stuff. Like this one can go down there. I don't know where these things should go. And also the fish. Where am I supposed to put it, JJ? Should I put this one up there? What am I supposed to put up here? What should I put there? Where? Here? Kind of makes sense. But at the same time, bro! Oh, by the way, we had one here that we can actually hang here. Yeah, but what about all the other stuff? Like, okay, we can put this one here. Okay. What about this one? Okay, we actually found a good solution. We actually found a good solution. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Living room. Oh, this thing that still we don't understand what that is. All the books. Already one done. Okay, let's put them here. Oh, shit. Oh, she's into whales. Oh, salt on the table. Pepper on the table. A ball. The printer in the dining room? Maybe not. Maybe we can put it later. Oh, break time! Break time! Ding dong, 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 break time, break time, break time. Welcome back. Hi. How are y'all doing, people? How is it going? How are you feeling? Were you being productive or were you procrastinating? What? Wait, is this a book on how to be pregnant? It's a book on how to be pregnant! Coaster? Okay. A plant that we can put here and this one here. Okay. This house is weird. Oh, we can put this one up here. It's cute. Here. Done with work. Let's go, Rico. Are you proud of yourself? Oh, wait. No, we have to put this one up here. We can put... Oh, shit. Girl, you have way too many decorations. I don't know where to put all of them. Where's this ball? I can put this one here. This one here. I'm gonna put the plant in front of it. Nice. Oh my god. Okay, we can put that so you can flex. This thing that I still don't know what it is. I still don't know what that is. Oh, wait, not the whale. This one. Oh, these ones, we need 3 of them, right? Coaster, coaster, coaster. Tissues, there. 4? Wait, no. And now, okay. Okay, computer and these ones are gonna go somewhere else, right? They cannot stay here. Am I wrong? Salt and pepper can be like this. Coasters can be there. This one can be in the middle. Okay. This one has to go here. This one has to go here. Wait, plant, no, you don't like it? Should it be here? Should it be better like this? Okay. Look at me. Being so fucking cool. Wait, this isn't... Steal the book type and steal that book. Oh my god, we're so cool. Oh, a bin for... Oh, it's an electric one! This is... It's an electric desk. Grab... eraser? Eraser? You see that it's not like... They're not like... They're like something. They're not business cards. There. Here. 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 What is this? Oh, this is from where we got hurt? Is it on the hand? Is it? What should I rotate? Oh, like this? It will still hit the wall. Paper, go in here. More notebooks. More drawings. More notebooks. More notebooks. Cables, as always. Oh, we still haven't... This one. Okay. This is our fiance's one, but we're gonna keep it here. Memories, I guess, even if they are ugly. A kid's book! Wait, maybe these are... Wait, these are... Cha, we draw a kid's book. Break timer didn't start. It doesn't want to work anymore. I guess it's no more. Cha, we made money with our own shit. Okay, so this is a portable one. This is also a memento, I think. Our degree goes right there, you son of a freak. Oh. Okay. This is Chiquibe's room. You know Chiquibe? The Italian streamer? Router in there. Ugly thing. Oh, the ukulele! Do we still have the stand? Oh, thank God we have the stand. I would have not liked not to have the stand. Oh, there's too many things on this. Oh, we still have the thing. We still have the same books for the ukulele. Oh, what the fuck did I put this? Oh shit! Oh, okay. Where do we put all of this shit? There's too many things. Girl, we have to talk about Iki. What's the name of it? The Iki Dikida Iki. Come on, you know what I'm talking about. The one that to have less and see if things sparks you joy or not. Wait, I'm gonna put my old computer in there. You know what I'm talking about, right? We can go for the baby's room. Maria Kondo, that one. Wait, maybe I can put this one in our bedroom first. Small book. A small guinea. This this is where you change the baby. Maybe I should have put it there. Ajmo gave me a little lamp that should go up here. Oh! Look who came back! Look who came back! I'm gonna put it in there. With hers! Oh my god! Yes! Oh my god, they are together. Oh, this little thingy go there. Oh. What is this? What is this? What is that, chat? What is that? Then put it with Chris with the baby. Yeah, let's put it in the crib with the baby. What are these? Still games for kids? Oh, this is for like where you put inside the how is it called? The biberon? How do you call that? How do you call those in English? The things that kids go and eat from it, like they drink from it. Oh. Baby bottle? Baby bottle. Okay. Oh, so many things. Wait. Okay. A bit too many things, bro. A bit too many. You have to be honest. Like, come on, chill. Do they really need all of these? Wait. All of these blocks? Oh, shit. Okay. Oh my goodness, there's so many things. Look at these boxes. Okay. Oh, does it go inside? One more t-shirt. There's not like a place for the t-shirts, right? We haven't seen it. Another ball. Another towel. A pillow. Another sonalla. Wait, what? How? Where are we gonna put all of this shit? Girl, stop. Where am I? My god, where do we put all of this? Now tell me. Now tell. I wanna hear it. Where do you think we can put all of this shit? Okay, this one we can go. Can you? No, you cannot go in there. But this one, yeah. We can put all of these in here. We can put these ones in here. Not you. This one. Oh, there's something on the wall. Shit. Thank you for showing me. I'm so stupid. You're right. I clearly did not see that. So we can put a couple of books up there, right? Oh, we're gonna put stuff on it though. Aww. Baby stuff. Yeah, no, I think the books is better if we either put them all in one or we do this. That one there. That one there. The two different bowlsies we can actually put them here, the two different bowlsies. All of these boxes, I want these ones to stay down here. Like I hope they don't. I hope the game does not complain. I don't want to move them. Cream goes there, plant goes there. Like this is how a room for a kid should look like, right? They stay on the floor, right? Yes, I agree. The printer here? Girl, I don't think that's the place. Okay, perfect. Perfect spot. Oh, there's a mini bathroom downstairs? Oh. They have way too many useless things. Purpuri, things for the bathroom. This one there. This one there. And toilet paper. That's fine. Kids' room, our bedroom. Oh, still, girl, you have a kid. Oh, the fucking chickens. The freaking chickens are back. Oh, we're still doing yoga? Oh, she's doing yoga with us. I still don't know what that thing is. Oh, more chickens. Oh, this is to hear the kid. If the kid is crying. Okay. Oh, wait. The other should be in the bedroom, right? Like here. Okay. This is my lamp. Okay. Notebook under here. Oh, she has all of these shit. Okay. No, these are actually mine. These were mine shit. She has the weirdest one. Oh, there's the places there too. Okay. Chickens are every time everywhere. Oh, a big horse. Who's that horse? Whose horse is that? This is her for her notebook. You see, she has a different one, but she has still something that she used to write stuff. This is my bag. This is her walkie-talkie and Son's her shit. Wait. Oh, okay, we're gonna put them up here. Better maybe. Ah, more chickens. Do you think that these chickens like reminds people that like she met through her life? Because they're just increasing. You see that? I think they could be like people that she met through her life. What the fuck? Where can we put the chicken? Chicken doesn't fit. She forgot the chicken's in the fridge. Wait, maybe we can put all these weird things here. Wait. Chicken doesn't fit there? Oh. I think we have to do the weird shit shelf. Weird shit shelf. And the chicken ones. Ah, if they fit all of them. Do you think they fit all of them? Okay, maybe we can make them all there. Oh, we're forgetting this one. Ah! Is there served for the chickens allowed? Exactly! Exactly, only chickens allowed there. Only chickens. It's not gonna allow me to have this one up here, right? Oh, they have a walk-in closet? Oh, this fancy fishes. Look at that. Wait, let's put this one up there and this one up here. Okay. Okay. Hat. Hanger. Jacket. Hanger. Hanger. Fold it. Fold it. Fold it. Fold it. Fold. Ingot. Oh. Jewels. Yeah, it's weird when the music goes away, right? Oh, there's a place back there. Nice. Way better. No. Fold it. Put it up. Put it up. Hang it. We hang it. Oh, for doing clothes? Oh, that's what that one was for. Do you remember? We saw it before. Hang it. Okay, this is cute. This is actually really cute. Let me put all the things that are short up. Up. No, this one up. There, there. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh, so many socks that we have to put now. But it's so cute that they're starting their own lives together and they're sharing their closets together. Must be so nice and easy. I swear, I'm gonna be... Whoever is gonna be my soulmate, I'm gonna be sharing my freaking closet with them. I don't care if they're not my same style. They have to adapt. We're gonna have a single wardrobe. I don't care. Oh. Oh. This one should go up here. Oh. Mm-hmm. Jeans. More bra. Oh, sports bra. That was a sport bra. Did you see? Guys, close your eyes. My god. There's too many hangers now. Before we were missing some, and now there's too many. Oh. Can we... Okay. Underwear. Underwear. Skirt. Oh, is this a PJ? I think this one is a PJ. Yeah! One more. More underwear. It must be so convenient. Like, imagine that you go on a holiday and you forget something, like, to wear. The other person has it. The other person has, like, almost the same. It must be so good. That's her PJ, by the way. Oh, more sports bra. Let's put it here. Wait, also this one. Oh no, we can just put it back there. Oh, a big coat. Oh, jewels. Okay, we have to make it space for it. Oh. Back here. Not because you want to save space. Yes. I want to save space. I really would love to save space from things that are not needed. Wait. Wait, why do we have a notebook here? What does it do here? Perfume up here. Another perfume up here. Oh, this is for sports? Okay. Leggings. Oh. Wait, where? Oh, we put it down here. No one is gonna know. No one is gonna know, chat. No one is gonna know. Let's put some of these here. Oh, 2 at a time. Okay. Let's put PJ. Oh. PJs in here. Here's some more leggings with something for the sports. Here we have shorts. No, shorts. In here we have... oh, that was our PJ. With the... No, this one don't fit. This one don't fit here. Oh, two can fit. Okay. We can hang some more. Like this one. These ones. Can we hang one more? Is there an empty one under? Do you see any empty one? Maybe I can exchange this one with this one. We hang these ones here. Oh, there was an empty one. We're just missing the bathroom. We only have the bathroom to do. We're done, right? Let's go. Give me the cup! Oh, where's the cup? Oh, a new cup? Ew. new cup. I didn't want a new cup. Makeup stuff. Clipper, we can put it in this side. More stuff there. Soap. I like this kind of bathrooms, by the way. I really do. Oh, this one can put it back here. I really like this, the tubs like that. Oh, actually, maybe we can put this one here. I don't like it down here, like open like this, but I guess that's what we're gonna have to go for. We don't have to go for that. We can go for this. Wait. Okay. Maybe you can put the hair. No, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense to have it there. Right? Randomly finding your room? Wait, why? No, this one has to go down. That one has to go downstairs. This one maybe it can be here. More makeup. Deodorant. Another deodorant. A big towel in the back. Vitamins, we can. Oh no, vitamins in the mirror. I remember. No, even this one's also here. Also, this one's more. Oh, so many issues we have here, huh? That one also there. This one can be here, right? I would like that one out there. And this one should be next to the toilet. Hair straightener shouldn't be in here. You can plug it in. What? You have the hair straightener here, right? In the bathroom. That one goes there. Oh! Finally we bought something for the toilet paper, chat. Finally something for the toilet paper. Oh my god. Oh, we have never had one of these before. Holy shit. Why do we have the... I don't think this is supposed to be here. This one goes here. Maybe this one should not go in. Let's put it there. Oh, this could go here, next to the entry. Oh, maybe here actually, right? Like you put it here, and this one here. Another plant that I'd love to be in the shower. Yes, and don't tell me that it should not go there. I don't freaking care. I like it. I like to have plants in the shower. Ah, okay. Razor, there's no spot. More tampons under here is fine. More pads. Oh no, this one should be for like cleaning, right? Even this one. No, these are pills. More soap. Oh, this one of course never missing. Oh, fucking insects. Another towel. Can we put it? Okay. Oh, wait, we... Okay, nice. Where do we put this one? Where do we put this one? Wait! Maybe under here. Does it fit? No, where do we put it? On the washing machine? I cannot put it on the washing machine. Where do we put this one? I cannot put it on the wash machine. By the way, these ones are gonna... Oh, these one cannot not stay in here. We're gonna put this one here and this one there then. Huh? Next. Where? Towels into the... Ah! And where do we put these though? Oh. Nice. Okay. This one goes in the living room. Wait, we can go like this actually. We have things to fix. Okay. Living room. No, this one. Not here. Where? This one. Didn't we have already? Didn't we have this here already? Okay. What is it that you... Oh, it doesn't like the wheat here. You were right. You were right. Okay. What else do we have to fix? Kitchen. What don't you like? This one? I don't know where this one goes. Does this one goes in the kitchen? In here? Okay. Oh, we have all of these stuff. That one goes here. Toilet paper in the bathroom. Okay. Wait, why don't you like this one? Oh, good. What there is here? Is there something I don't like here? Oh, here. What? I don't know what you are. I don't know what you are. What is this, chat? It's not a poster. Oh, it is a poster. Oh, shit. Okay, never mind. This one I want to go be here. And this one has to go next to this one, right? So let me... This one goes here and this one goes here. Okay. We're missing something here? No, right? Something here? In the bathroom. Oh, this one. This one goes here. Bathroom is done. Oh, we forgot this. Is there any spot available? Come on. Oh, I'm behind it. Hanged. This one instead, we're gonna put it in. No, that doesn't fit. In our studio. In our studio. There we go. Here we did everything. We're fixing something here. What? Oh, this one? Oh, this one should be like more here, maybe? That doesn't... Oh, wait, maybe... Oh, there. You go there. What's wrong with that one? Okay. We're done! We're done! We're done, chat. We're done. Done. Beautiful. Beautiful. We're so looking forward to meeting you. Oh, she's not there yet. She's not there yet. Wait, let's see the end. It's the end. The end. Nice. Now it's your time to do it. Now it's your time to do it in real life, you know? Now it's your time to clean the house in real life. Who has a messy room? Sure. There's a picture at the end. Oh shit, I didn't see it. I closed it. No! Oh. Sag. Sorry, people. Sorry I made you miss that one. I'm gonna send you... I'm sorry, but I'm starving. That's the reason why, I think. I'm gonna send you to Prime to be doing some coding since we don't learn shit in this stream. Go learn it at Prime stream. Sorry, I'm starving. Thank you so much for being here today. I love you so much for everything today you did. I really, really appreciate you for being here. I appreciate you for like playing games. Thank you for understanding that I was a little bit tired today for like working. But I'll see you all tomorrow, alright? Tomorrow we will be doing around 2 p.m. the build stream for like my graphic card. As longer life than usual? Yeah, true, actually. People, I appreciate you so much. Have a beautiful day, okay? I'm gonna go rest and have food. Be good, everyone. Love you. Love you. Take care, for real. Bye. Bye. Ah, Bruco! Bruco! Shit. Bruco, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you very much. Shit, thank you for the 2 months. Happy to have you back here for another month. Thank you for that. People, be good, everyone, okay? I love you. If you don't yet, follow on Instagram. I'll send you their pictures in the morning of me very cramping in the morning. Thank you for the good night. Bye, people. Bye.